During our honeymoon in the Smoky Mountains, my husband and I caught the attention of something unknown and terrifying for an entire week. From Reddit user Wolf_Dream. Trigger warning for suicide. About a month ago, a user by the name of Snipa6407 asked if anyone had ever had strange experiences in southern Tennessee and a few other nearby places, particularly in the mountains. I had too much going on to respond at the time, but my husband and I had an experience there that I think is worth telling, although most in our family don't know, because we understand how they would react, so we've never told them. While I realize this post relates many over-the-top experiences, my husband and I both experienced the following as described. I understand that not everyone will believe me, but since this post also contains deeply personal moments in my life, I ask that you please keep comments respectful, whatever opinions you express on the matter. Thank you. This story needs background to convey some factors that were potentially involved. I suspect the events leading up to the trip to Tennessee may have had a direct relation to the severity of the phenomenon we experienced while there. I had never wanted to marry, neither had my now husband. Then we met each other, and we were engaged at 30 and 28 years old. We had a 2-year engagement. We wanted our wedding to symbolize our true soul bond and decided to go completely non-traditional. His giant family wanted a white dress Catholic wedding, so we were at major odds with the family from day one. My fiancé and I began suffering from a huge run of exceptionally bad luck and some odd poltergeist activity at home. Nothing too major, so we brushed it off. Except when we left the house once and came back to find a red clown nose sitting front and center on our bathroom sink. No one had the keys to our place and we didn't own a darn clown nose. That one was freaky. When I told a friend something weird was going on to the point I almost felt the wedding was cursed, he tried to explain it away. I replied, "Watch, something's going to happen today while he's getting his tux, I'm telling you." I get one flabbergasted look before my fiancé immediately called to say there'd been a freak accident in the parking lot while he was getting fitted for his tux, and someone had totaled the back end of his truck. That shut my friend right up. Another glitch was my refusal to have my father walk me down the aisle. I also refused a random stand-in for tradition's sake. I asked my younger brother to walk me down the aisle and he said he would be so honored. We'd had some problems, but he'd been clean for 7 years, and we'd made up our differences. Losing our middle brother to a drunk driver had driven us apart for a while, but brought us back closer a little later down the road. Then, 40 days before the wedding, unintentionally, my brother committed suicide in his mid-20s. My fiancé and I drove over 16 hours close to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, to say goodbye. I knew my brother, and I knew he would not cross over easily with what he'd done, especially with my wedding around the corner and me counting on him. This really bothered me. His viewing was closed to immediate family only. He was not embalmed due to the complete autopsy required. He was covered in a handmade quilt to his chin. We were instructed not to touch him, although we ignored this stricture. After saying our goodbyes, I walked to the end of his gurney and lay my hands on his feet, a supplicant. I told him I understood it was an accident, and I forgave him. I told him that if he still felt he needed to make amends with me, then he could do so by calling forth my loved ones and those of my fiancé to come witness the wedding from the other side. I bade him bring our other brother, my fiancé's sister, grandparents, aunts, friends, and I began calling by name all those beloved souls whom had already passed. Do this, I told him, and there will be no debt between us, and you can rest in peace. The looks on my family's faces were priceless at this point. but I felt this was something I needed to offer. I had a pendant made when I returned to New Orleans. On it was my favorite picture of my two brothers. I wrapped this around my bouquet, and although it seemed to the wedding guests that I walked the aisle alone, I knew that both my sweet brothers were right beside me in spirit, because they would never miss the wedding of their sister, especially with Hector, the one who committed suicide, actively dragging them across the veil to fulfill his last obligation to the living. Later on, my new husband, Eli, and I went to a rental cabin on Bluff Mountain for a honeymoon week. I don't want to name the specific cabin in case I'm not supposed to, but I will say it was very rocky with a raccoon theme. Bluff Mountain is in Pigeon Forge, outside of Gatlinburg in the Smoky Mountains. I was living in New Orleans and had brought a double handful of fresh-picked gardenia blossoms with me. It was a type of symbolic offering to the mountain for having us on such a special occasion. No rituals or anything, I simply arranged them on a wooden box with a fake bird and nest that was sitting on the top of the railing of the cabin porch and sent up feelings of gratitude and joy. We went out to eat and grab groceries. Upon arriving back at the cabin, the wooden bird box had been smashed into a million pieces on the porch. It hit the ground hard enough to shatter so far and so thoroughly. We thought that maybe a raccoon or bear had done it. Then I noticed that there were no flowers. Maybe the wind. Leaves that had been scattered all over the porch, just like when we left, made me hesitate. Gardenias aren't super light flowers, definitely heavier than the leaves I saw. More curious than anything, I looked all around the porch, stairs, and walkway. I shrugged it off until the next morning, when I went a little way down the driveway to pick some honeysuckle. About 20 feet from the porch, I glanced down and did a double take. There lay my gardenias, all of them. They had been piled up and squished flat as crepes. There were no shoe prints, but it took more than one stomp to flatten the pile like that. Unnerved, I walked away, wondering if the mountain didn't like my offering after all. Then laughed at myself for the thought. Night 1. Eli woke up suddenly to what sounded like something big banging the support beams under the cabin. The cabin hung off the side of a hill, so the front half was supported about 15 feet off the forest floor by giant wooden posts. They were being hit so hard that the mirror on the wall was vibrating, which frankly should be physically impossible for anyone to do. Eli said every time he started to drift back off, there was another bang. He gets up fully, and after one more cabin-shaking bang, he decides to wake me. Apparently, he was trying to see if I would wake from the banging, so he would know he wasn't dreaming. But now he was 100% up. As he reached for me, he said the loudest bang or slap came from the area between the sitting area / kitchen, right at the bottom of the bed. It was a one-room cabin. He said it sounded like a giant book getting dropped from high up, but he was looking right there, and there was nothing. This bang was definitely inside the cabin. He began frantically trying to wake me, but he said I was so deeply asleep, he actually thought something was wrong with me. He said he could barely tell I was breathing. Then, this strange metallic jangling sounded from behind the TV, directly across the cabin from our bed. He said it went on forever, but he was too scared to go look for whatever it was, over there next to the huge windows past the spot where the noise originated from inside. It was this insistent buzzing that finally woke me. I remember it was so hard to come back to consciousness. I felt like I was literally swimming through blackness to get back to myself. I kept asking, what the heck is that noise? I thought it was an alarm someone left set. Cute. When I finally woke up enough to move and set up to go find and smash the offending noisemaker, the trilling stopped. Groaning, I fell backwards onto my pillow. Eli began telling me about the banging. I could tell how upset my husband was. I believed what he was telling me, but I was so numb and out of it, I was struggling to come up with any emotional response at all. There was only this debilitating fatigue, and I fell asleep on my husband when he needed me, when a man whom I'd never seen afraid in 7 years was completely terrified. I just zonked out until morning. Normally, I'm an extremely light sleeper, especially in new places. This trip, however, almost every night was like this. No sooner did I put my head on the pillow than I was swallowed by blackness. It was extremely deep sleep, but it wasn't restful. Waking up was worse. It was like falling into a coma every night and slowly reviving every morning. It ironically left me exhausted. Day and night, too. While doing my makeup in the infamous shaking mirror the next morning, I was able to get the full story and talk to Eli about it logically. Maybe a bear was rubbing against the post. He replies, "It was solid bangs like a huge fist. No way a bear. And what about the one from the center of the floor on the inside?" That reminded me of that stupid alarm. I told him that I was about to disable that thing. At the exact freaking second I mentioned it, that darn noise started blaring from behind the TV again. We both jumped like rabbits and laughed nervously. "Heck of a way to time it," I joked. "Punny." Looking behind the TV, I was surprised to see it wasn't an alarm clock, but a landline phone. An old one with a bell buzzer, which explained the horrid noise. Of course, I had to answer it. There was a minute of silence, then bursts of static. It really sounded like someone was talking, but static was obscuring their words. I told them to move to get better reception, then asked if this was cabin management. The silence, garbled talk continued for a while before I hung up. I was amused, honestly, especially with the way Eli was gaping at me. When I hung up, he immediately unplugged the phone, said management had both our cells, so it was probably a prank call from someone who stayed here before, but we were not going to play along and end up in a deliverance scenario. Smart man. Phone stayed unplugged for the duration. That night we were in the hot tub on the deck. It was around the back, had a gazebo-type cover around 3 sides, and no lights too close, so bugs wouldn't be swarming you. As we're relaxing, I'm sitting on the open end, facing the enclosing wooden strips, and Eli's facing me in the forest. I kept admiring the blue light behind the enclosed end. It was large, about the size of a cantaloupe, and seemed bright. But the glow over us in the hot tub was very muted. I figured it must be LED of some sort, but I'd never seen a light that shade of blue anywhere. All the other lights in and around the cabin were bright and orangey, so I remember saying how it was sweet they went all out for mood lighting for the hot tub. Eli both looked at and commented on the light as well. When we decided to get out for the night, the light blinked on and off in what looked like a purposeful sequence before shining a few more seconds and going dark. We commented that it was strange how the light burnt out like that, and how we were sad to lose our mood lighting. I decided to call the next morning for a bulb. When I woke up, I first walked around the rear of the cabin to see what type of pole or other fixture was the one we needed serviced. But there was no pole, no fixture, no other light source behind the hot tub. No cables, no wires. The main office later confirmed the instability of the soil back there prevented anything that wasn't heavy duty from being installed, so no lighting was ever put back there. Whatever that light was, we both saw it, and it was apparently just eavesdropping, because we were out there about 2 hours, and so was it. And if it wasn't turning off or burning out, that means it was straight up disappearing. Starting the second night after coming in, my skin started to crawl and every hair on my body stood on end. every time I passed the open bathroom. The bathroom was next to the bed area. Lying in bed, you could see the bathroom sink and the small window above it. The window had no curtains, as it faced into the woods behind the hot tub. At this point, I still thought the blue light was man-made, yet I could swear there was something looking in the window. I'd been leaving the bathroom door open because I liked looking out at the forest from the bed, but now I tried to keep it shut without Eli noticing I was being weird. Eli told me the next morning that every time he began to drift off, a resounding bang on the posts under the cabin would jolt him. He said he was freaked out because no matter how long or short a time he waited to lay his head down, it was like whatever it was knew exactly what he was doing, even though he never got out of bed. Once again, he was wide awake and terrified, and nothing he could do would rouse me even the slightest. Night 3. After scrubbing ourselves as best we could in the highly stinky sulfuric water of the cabin, we were getting ready for bed. Walking from the bathroom to the bed, I realized I forgot to shut the bathroom door. Since Eli was already lying in bed looking at me, I just kept on toward my side of the bed, telling myself to stop being ridiculous, even though I could swear at that moment something was looking in that window. I'd already looked out several times and couldn't see anything out of place, but I could still feel it. Eli quietly asks me if I can shut the door. Why? 'Cause that window gives me the creeps. Talk about validation. That night I had some disturbing dreams, but I can't remember them. Eli, however, suffered a severe bout of sleep paralysis that night, although he swore it wasn't sleep paralysis because he says he sat up, kicked, and yelled at her. Now, however, he says it probably was sleep paralysis. Either way, he woke up to eerie laughter and saw what he described as a grudge-type woman standing at the end of the bed, laughing at him. I wouldn't wake. He said she wore a white dress, had pale skin, black eyes, and a horrible mouth. She had long black hair partially obscuring her face and was surrounded by a swirling black mist. She reached for him, and he sat up, yanking his legs up to his chest. This is when he started yelling at her to get out and kicking at her. Laughing, she faded out. He said he was awakened by her grabbing his ankles and giggling throughout the night, and would also wake just long enough to catch glimpses of her. I was still no help. Night 4. A repeat sleep paralysis experience for Eli, but he said it was even more intense this time. Same lady in white. I had also realized a trinket I brought for luck and put on the shelf next to my side of the bed was missing. It was a tiny cabin, and we tore it up looking for the next 2 days, but I've never seen it again. It was worthless except for personal reasons, and no valuables were missing, so I don't think someone came in and snagged it. Night 5. Whenever I sat up out of the water on the side of the hot tub, I started to get the same feeling of being watched I'd felt from the bathroom window. I would literally break out in goosebumps. It was Friday, and we could hear a group of, educated guess here, college kids, partying hard some distance out, but close enough to hear their screams, whoops, and cheers. Not wanting to give an intrepid, wood-savvy creeper a show, we went in. Not much else happened on night 5, but troubled sleep. At one point, Eli woke to frenzied banging on a support post, but it didn't last long or repeat. Night 6. Final. This was an extra night we received due to the piercingly sulfuric water in the cabin. The filters needed replaced, and so they comped us a night. The water wasn't dangerous, just really stinky, like eau de la terre de la rotten egg bad. And although our nights were weird, we were on our honeymoon, and had just been through a tragedy. We spent our days having massive amounts of fun and doing so many awesome things, plus eating great food and drinking the good wine for dinner. Gatlinburg is an amazing place to visit. It was our last night in the hot tub. It was wonderful, until I began to feel that intense regard from the tree line for the second night in a row. This time it was worse. I could actually feel the ill intent in this gaze. Whenever I came up to cool off, I literally found myself unconsciously wrapping my arms around myself and slipping slowly back down into the water. I reminded my new husband how many years he'd known me, and asked how many times he'd known me to be scared or paranoid. I tell him, there's absolutely something aggressive in the tree line looking at me, and it is not a college kid. We could hear them again that night. He scooted over, and I moved to the covered end with him. Within 5 minutes of me moving, we hear a tremendous crashing from the brush behind us, and then something big stomping around directly below us. This is followed a few seconds later by more crashing, and a second pair of footsteps stomping around. They sounded like human steps, but no one could make such a loud noise on the packed earth below the raised deck and cabin. We jumped up and booked it inside, soaking wet. Eli said that night was the worst for the banging. He said there was banging on at least 3 widely separated posts, and it went on all night. He said when they did let him sleep, the woman would come. I slept like the dead though, unresponsive to everything. Morning of day 7, leaving day. Something was demanding my attention, pulling me back towards consciousness. At first, I thought it was the mounted police or one of the mule-pulled carriages that sometimes passed my place. No, this was definitely a whole plethora of horses. Was there a parade I didn't know about? Slowly, I remembered I wasn't in New Orleans, and although what I was hearing sounded like hooves, there were no paved roads anywhere near me at the moment. Just the small gravel driveway out front. Quickly snapping awake, I realized the sound was coming from the roof. I checked my phone. It was a few minutes after 8 a.m. I groaned. Why the heck would nobody tell the roofers that the cabin was booked until 11 a.m.? I looked over at Eli. He was pale and breathing very slowly. I half-heartedly poked him a few times, but he was out. Ruefully, I thought of all he'd been dealing with while I slept as deeply as he seemed to be now, and left him alone. I'd been with him nearly a decade at this point, and he had never spoken of things like this before. Whatever had been going on, he deserved sleep. At least it was roofers in the sunny morning and not weird crap at 4 a.m. At this point, it crossed my mind to wonder what roofers worked on Sundays. I listened closer. It definitely sounded slightly metallic, but I decided my initial impression held. It sounded like a horse was kicking the crap out of the cabin roof. Well, what the heck do I know about roofing equipment anyway? I'd have to ask them to stop until we checked out. I pulled back the covers and swung my legs off the bed. The instant my feet touched the floor, the pounding on the roof stopped dead, and the handle to the main door, which was about 3 to 4 steps in front of me, started jiggling violently. 2 things. There was no pause between the noises. They went from on the roof, slightly towards the opposite side of the cabin, above where Eli was sleeping, to the doorknob in front of me without a time delay. Also, the top half of the door was glass with a sheer curtain, which the sun was shining directly through. I could plainly see that no one was near the door. Yet, I could also see the handle rattling wildly. I yanked my feet up and dove under the blankets up to my chin like a kid, I'm ashamed to say. As soon as my feet left the floor, the doorknob stopped rattling, and the incessant pounding on the roof resumed in the same spot, again with no pause between them during the switch. I'm now staring at Eli, wondering if I should wake him. I'm scared I won't be able to, but I'm also just as scared he'll wake up and won't hear it at all. His eyelids flutter open, taking the decision out of my hands. I ask him if he hears that and thank all the gods he says yes. I'm hesitant to talk about the door when he just opened his eyes, so we talk about what it sounds like first. He also immediately goes to roofers. I ask if that sounds like a hammer to him, and he says no, actually. We agree that it does sound like hooves or something slightly softer than metal. This whole time I realized we've automatically been whispering, and this pounding just keeps going on and on. Looking around the cabin, we see the mirror shaking, glasses in the kitchen area rattling, the cabinets quaking. Whatever was on the roof shook the walls of the cabin repeatedly. The pounding lasted about 35 minutes, because I checked my phone right when it woke me, and right after it stopped, from about 8:02 a.m. to 8:36 a.m., although I'm not sure how long it'd been going on before it woke me. It was loud and strong and absolutely terrifying. We lay whispering for a time. No way was this a person or people. We started thinking, whatever it was trying to bust in through the roof, although the glass doors would surely have been easier to get through. When Eli said he was getting up to look, I told him about the doorknob shaking when I tried to get up. After a brief hesitation, he threw back his covers and sat up. The pounding stopped. He and I both froze. A terrible grating noise sliding on the roof broke the silence. We both looked at each other with big eyes and pale faces. "Was that claws?" I hissed in the quietest voice I could manage. He leapt back up onto the bed, and the banging resumed. The quietest discussion ever followed about if we had really just heard claws up there. We thought it was exactly the sound huge claws would make, but really it could still be anything. Eli grabbed his legally owned firearm from his bedside drawer before quickly standing. The pounding stopped for a second to allow for another grinding rasp to sound across the roof. "That is definitely freaking claws," I said. The pounding immediately resumed, twice as fast and even harder if that were possible. I could now feel the thumps reverberating through the bed. Eli told me to stay inside and listen. Whatever it was, it sounded huge, and he needed me to let him know what direction I heard it move in if it ran out of his view up there. He burst out the door and aimed his gun at the roof. The pounding stopped. There was absolute silence. There was no sound of running anywhere on the roof, and the roof didn't have a darn thing on it. In addition, being perched on the side of the hill as the cabin was with no trees nearby, there was nowhere anything up there could have gone. We packed at Mach speed, but did have one last smoke in the driveway to help with the shaking and nerves. It was open, so it seemed relatively safe. While we smoked, we could hear the people who had been partying the last few nights. They were all out yelling for a missing friend. We heard them yelling about the last time they saw him, which was apparently the night before. We could hear their panic as they screamed his name over and over. Eli and I tried to find the group to help look and ask if they had seen or heard anything weird. However, the winding one-way dirt roads were confusing, and we ended up lost. We actually think they may have been locals, and we couldn't get to them because we were on rental cabin roads, which don't connect to local roads and driveways for obvious reasons. I really hope they found him passed out drunk in a bush somewhere. I regret not being able to locate them and help them look. I have no idea what this was. Nearly every major paranormal MO showed up, from orbs, weird calls, and poltergeist activity to cryptid-type goings-on and the lady in white. Yet it all really did seem like one thing in different outfits, if you will. After coming home, we had no more weird activity at the time. I did request for the departed to stand witness from a deceased brother who owed me a favor, but I specifically requested only the blessed dead, and only for the wedding ceremony. This didn't seem like protective ancestors to me though, so I don't think it was necessarily related. I actually lean towards some type of nature or elemental type guardian spirit personally, but that is just conjecture. Even though he said differently at the time, Eli now thinks it was a Bigfoot, although I think not. If you made it this far, thank you for your time in listening to my oh so memorable honeymoon. Any ideas on what we may have encountered are welcome. I'd love to hear what everyone thinks. Thank you, and best wishes. The Case of Dennis Martin. This story is not a submission. It is a documented and tragic event that occurred in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Dennis Martin was a 6-year-old boy. He and his family went on what was supposed to be a pleasant outing to the most popular national park in America, that of the Great Smoky Mountains. It was Father's Day weekend in 1969, the perfect time for a traditional family camping trip for the Martins. Together they hiked from Cades Cove to Russell Field and camped overnight. The day after, they hiked to Spence Field near the Appalachian Trail. Once there, they planned to stay the night. Now, young Dennis Martin had allegedly been planning on surprising the adults of his family with his brother and some other children. His father last saw him going behind a bush to hide and wait for the proper moment to surprise everyone. Well, Dennis Martin was never seen alive again. Several minutes later, after the rest of the children had already returned to camp, Dennis's father went looking for him, searching the trail for nearly 2 miles, only stopping when he was completely sure that the boy couldn't have gone further. Searching for hours more, the family then received help from the National Park Service rangers. But, as mysteriously happens with high frequency in missing person cases, a sudden downpour came down on the area. About 3 inches of rain poured over the land in just a few hours, washing out trails and bringing nearby streams to a flood. The temperature also dropped to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Thus began the most extensive search and rescue effort in the park's history, even today. The search covered 56 square miles utilizing the efforts of around 1,400 people, which included the National Guard and Special Forces. The day after the disappearance, the rains gave way to a deep mist, further limiting search efforts. Footprints were found, but were determined as being those of a Boy Scout who had participated in the search. These footprints, though, did lead to a stream before disappearing, and, stranger yet, the footprints indicated that one of the feet was barefoot, and yet none of the Boy Scout searchers were barefoot. This assumption was now brought into question. A shoe and sock were later found as well. Sadly, the search was called off after a failure to find much else. By June 29th, the search was abandoned. Dennis's father, desperate to find his son, offered a $5,000 reward for information on the whereabouts of his boy. That would be over $35,000 today. Still, no new information was found. Years later, a ginseng hunter claimed to stumble upon the skeletal remains of a child. Unfortunately, ginseng hunting was illegal, therefore he refused to approach authorities with the information or whereabouts of the remains, fearing that he would be charged. That's the end of Dennis Martin's tale. Several theories arose as to what may have happened to the poor boy, but one in particular stuck with the boy's father above all others. The theory that Dennis was taken by someone or something. You see, on the afternoon Dennis disappeared, a tourist by the name of Harold Key, along with his family, reportedly heard an enormous sickening scream, and soon thereafter witnessed a disheveled-looking man run up the trail near the origin of the scream, before he escaped into a white car. Other sources say the man had been attempting to hide himself behind a thicket and seemed to be carrying something over his shoulder. What happened to Dennis Martin? We may never know. But what we do know now is that national parks and deep, vast forests are beautiful places that must be tread carefully. Keep close attention to the ones you love, and never be the last in line. The Mountain Road, from Jacob. I live in the Great Smoky Mountains in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. There are a ton of black bears here, and I've seen so many of them. I know what they look like, and I'm saying that for a reason. Now, I live on the side of a mountain, and our landlord lives up the mountain about a mile away. I used to love walking up that road, so I wouldn't mind walking our rent up there to his house, until one day last week. It was daytime, so I was calm and felt fine. I started my regular walk up the hill until on the walk back I felt this strange sensation. I don't know why, but I decided to turn around, and when I did, I saw something that I couldn't believe. This odd animal. It was big and black and on all fours, and my first thought was, it's just a bear, I'll be fine, until I really looked closer. I realized the two front arms were longer and bigger than the back. Then, even though I couldn't make out any facial features, I noticed it had a flat face. Now, being a little freaked out, I picked up my pace and was jerking my head to look behind me and in front of me, with only a second at most in between. I still don't know what I saw, and I hope never to find out. I know it's only been a week, and I know it was a very quick experience, but I have not taken a step outside since then, except when I'm with another person. Anyone know what this strange creature or misshapen bear could have been? Things aren't what they seem at the Grand Canyon. From Tony 03. A long time ago, when I was a kid, my grandpa used to take me out to hike on the trails at the Grand Canyon from time to time. He had married my grandma there, and he'd always found the setting fascinating and peaceful. Grandpa had always been a quiet, thinking man, and he did his utmost best to teach me things. The man fervently believed that level-headedness was the most important in any situation, and having both knowledge and wisdom together should be the goal of any good man. I respected him from the start, and went with him on any adventure I could. Hunting, fishing, climbing, all things my grandpa taught me. By the time I was 15, I was so sure that I understood that man. Then that understanding vanished within a single night. We were closing in on a night hike, nearly 3/4 of the way back to Grandpa's old pickup truck. Instead of finishing out the trail, he glanced at me and nodded his head toward the right, as he veered in that direction over a steep hill and directly through sparse patches of sagebrush. I followed without a word. Sure, I was curious, but I was dog-tired that evening, and almost certain he just wanted to show me a plant I hadn't seen before. Before long, he sat at the crest of the hill and sat down in the dirt. I planted myself right next to him. He shushed me, though I hadn't said a word yet, then pointed down towards the shallow valley in the distance. There was a faint path there, not much else. But my grandpa wouldn't just point for no reason. I glanced at him. He looked at me, then leaned in close, so I had a better look at where his finger was pointing. His arm, my compass, I soon located it. It looked like a black twig in the canvas that was this twilight scene. It appeared to be a person in the distance, the silhouette of one at least. Instinctively, I asked aloud, "Who is that?" A sharper shush from Grandpa reminded me that for some yet unspoken reason, we should not be talking right now. He only wanted me to watch. We must have sat there for an hour. My back was aching, and it was beginning to get chilly. I wanted to go home, but I knew better than to complain. After drawing my name in cursive in the dirt for the 10th time, I looked up and I saw that the figure had disappeared. There wasn't a place to hide in the distance anywhere. Where would that silhouette of a person have gone? I thought I'd see it again. Grandpa's voice, after such a long silence, made me jump. After composing myself and wiping the dirt from my finger, I noticed he was frowning. Wish I hadn't brought you tonight, but now you know it's there. Hesitant to speak, I forced out a question. What was it, Papa? Don't know, he sighed. The aging man wiped a stream of sweat from his forehead. It was too cold for sweat at this point. His hand quivered every inch of the way. My father showed it to me when I was little. He wasn't sure what it was either, but once it found us, he had no choice. Just looked like a man to me. Probably another hiker. My eyebrow raised. I'd never seen him so on edge over something so benign. Wish that was the case. Listen here, and listen close, son. He picked himself up off the ground and stretched his weary form. You'll see that figure on these hiking trails again, and when you do, you sit there in the dirt and you watch it. You watch it till it turns its back and walks away, and don't you look away until he's not there anymore. And come alone if you can. I smiled awkwardly, thinking he was telling me a weird joke of some sort, but the man's face was stern and cold. He was nothing but serious. Yes, sir, I replied. I watched a tear fall from his cheek. Suddenly, the old man stepped forward and hugged me tighter than he ever had. You're growing into a good man. Don't you ever let this horror of a world change that. Okay, Papa, I managed to say, choking back tears. I didn't really even know why I was crying. He cleared his throat as he pulled away, then nodded, just as he had before, letting me know we were headed back to the truck. The last thing I remember of that night was stepping out of the truck when he brought me home. He said something to me just after saying goodnight. I'm sorry I fell asleep back there. What? I hadn't even noticed he'd fallen asleep. I mean, I was so bored I'd perfected my name in cursive. Some poor hiker's going to find my dirt scrawlings, I thought, and wonder what kind of narcissist child lurked those trails. It's okay. I'm pretty tired myself. Have a good night, Papa. He smiled, nodded one more time, then drove away. Grandpa didn't wake up that morning. Doctors said his heart just stopped. Then and only then did I finally understand real heartbreak. He had been my only true friend, and with him gone I felt truly alone in the world. Mom and Dad were quick to remind me Grandpa had been in his 60s, that for their family, that was a full life. Men in our family are lucky to make it to their late 60s like Grandpa had. They explained to me that he was in a better place, but selfishly I didn't want Grandpa in a better place, I wanted him here. Here he could take me fishing again. He could laugh like he did whenever I asked him to bait my hooks for me, because the worms grossed me out. He could smile like he used to when Grandma was around, to share an iced tea with him on the front porch. It's a dire realization for a person when you finally realize that everyone is destined to see their loved ones die. For a while, I was so upset that everything that reminded me of Grandpa I avoided. After that, these things felt negative to me. So for years I didn't rock climb, I didn't fish, I didn't hike, I didn't even drink iced tea anymore. In my mid-20s, my mood began to change. Having met a girl, getting married, and having a child of my own on the way, I realized banishing myself from the things I loved most was the worst way to respect my grandpa's legacy and memory. These were things I wanted to share with my own kid. I manned up and planned a hiking trip with my wife, Vanessa. She wasn't too far in her pregnancy, where she shouldn't be moving around too much, but I would still need to do all the heavy lifting. Not a problem. Our trip to that very same hiking trail at the Grand Canyon I'd last been on with Grandpa was a pleasant one. The skies were clear, it wasn't terribly hot, and the trails were almost vacant. We planned to camp for the night at the peak of the trail, then circle back to the car in the morning. One night would be easy for both of us, I thought. The day passed by too quickly. My wife enjoyed the pleasant warmth and absolutely loved how much I recalled my grandpa teaching me, like the different names of various plants and animals we saw. But really, I think she was just happy seeing me so happy. At the thought of all the years spent away from this place, my throat became tight. I was happy, but I felt full of regret for staying gone for so long. We soon made it to the planned camping spot off the center of the trail. I prepared the tent, started a small fire, and prepared some camping MREs I'd bought at a Dick's Sporting Goods. I thought they looked tasty from the packaging, but in this case, you might actually want to judge a book by its cover. My wife nearly vomited from the meal, maybe partly due to the pregnancy, being sensitive to certain tastes and smells and all that. But my feelings were similar. After a bite of my turkey chili in a pouch, I spat it in the dirt and placed the remainder in the trash bag, double-bagged it, and placed it tightly in my hiking bag. Instead, we ended up filling up on marshmallows. After that, we lay in the tent together, joking about terrible baby names, before she fell asleep. Not long after, I drifted off as well. "Hey, there's someone watching us." My wife's voice, curious and soft, woke me. "What?" The sun's not even completely up yet," I grumbled. "I said there's someone out there just watching us. He's just standing there like half a mile away from us." I was just about to place a pillow over my head to blot out the first ribbons of soft morning light when my eyelids shot wide open. Suddenly, I felt breathless. My heart seemed to be doing flips in my chest. I pushed myself off of my sleeping bag and I ran outside in nothing but boxer shorts. I found my wife standing, facing the sunrise, protecting her eyes with a hand on her forehead. When she heard me, she glanced at me for a moment and pointed. "Look, over there." My stomach turned at the familiarity of the situation. I stepped over next to her and followed her finger, her arm a dreadful compass guiding me to something I refused to believe. There, on a distant, seldom-trodden path, stood a figure, like a dark twig sprouting from the horizon, exactly as I'd seen it all those years ago. "Who do you think it is?" she asked. "Shh." Sweat drenched from my still cold forehead. As if on autopilot, I sat on the ground and stared at him. He didn't move. "What are you, hun? Sit and hush," I demanded impatiently, doing my best to not sound too disrespectful to my wife, who already appeared so confused. Can you blame her? Playing along, she whispered, "What's going on? Who is that?" I was horrified at the thought of saying too much. After all, I never did understand why Grandpa had wanted me to be so silent in front of this figure. So quickly, I thought of an answer that was short and to the point. One of the last things my grandpa ever saw. Somehow it worked. Vanessa remained silent, waiting there on the ground with me. I could tell she was calm and patient, but my insides felt like soup. With absolutely no idea as to why, I knew I had to listen to my grandpa's warnings. I sat there for 2 hours, staring at the figure, watching him, waiting for him, until finally he turned and began to walk away. I started to get up, but caught myself. I didn't take my eye off the figure until it faded right out of existence. It was as if it had never been there. I turned toward my wife. She was slumped over a bit, having fallen asleep at some point. Guess she was still tired too. As my heart slowed, I began to make sense of it all as best I could. "I'm sorry I fell asleep," my grandpa had said to me. The last thing he ever said to me. It wasn't some random, needless apology. He had been sincere about it. He apologized. But for what? Because he fell asleep and stopped watching the figure. All while I had played in the dirt, not paying attention at all. With no one watching this figure, it had disappeared. But to where? Somehow I think my grandpa knew. I wholeheartedly believe that same figure came for him in the night and stole his breath away. And since I'd seen it, even as a child, it had now appeared to me again, and now my pregnant wife had seen it. The hike back to the car was the fastest hike I'd ever done, and easily the most stressful one. My mind reeled with questions. Would it return at any moment? Would it come back at a later time somewhere at our own home? What is the figure? On the drive back, I told my wife everything. Most importantly, I explained, if you ever see that figure again, stare at it until it's gone and do not look away. You see, I think that's the rule. If you see it in the distance, drop everything and stare until it disappears. Because if it disappears while you're not looking, it will come for you. After all, my grandpa's father had also never awakened from his slumber. I should have listened to my grandpa. I never should have come back, or I should have at least come alone. But I think both my grandpa and I didn't take this thing seriously until it was too late. I can't help but worry this will now carry on to our child that my wife carries. Grand Canyon Skeletal Figure, from J. Ion. My uncle and his wife decided to go on a tour of Western American states for their 15th wedding anniversary celebration. They first visited Hawaii, then Washington State, before going down south to Oregon, California, and then went eastward to Nevada, and finally Arizona. They of course visited the major landmarks and cities in each of those states, from Honolulu and the Volcanoes National Park, to Yosemite, Los Angeles, Death Valley, and Las Vegas. My uncle and aunt enjoyed every moment of their trip. Everything was going according to plan, except for a small incident that, to this day, my uncle and aunt do not see eye to eye on. My aunt outright rejected whatever my uncle said. While in Grand Canyon National Park, their tour guide took them to a narrow trail that was near the cliff edge of one of the glens, where they could see the flowing brook and its banks. My uncle walked about 25 meters ahead of my aunt, who was taking her own sweet time strolling at a leisurely pace, while taking pictures of everything around her. He was practically alone on the trail, as the people who walked ahead of him were at least 15 meters away. My uncle reached an area of the trail where it curves around a large bend at an almost 90-degree angle. so it created somewhat of a blind spot where he could not see what was in front on the trail. And after he passed the bend, he couldn't see what was behind him. He stood by the bend to wait for his wife. As she was taking a while to get to him, he started looking around the canyon. When he looked at the flowing brook at the bottom of where he stood, he noticed something walking from behind the bend on the bank of the brook. He was shocked to see a very tall human skeleton walking into plain sight. It was an off-white complete set of a fully grown adult skeleton, with absolutely no flesh nor skin. Even the eye sockets were completely hollow. My uncle said he could see what was behind the skeleton through the gap between its ribs and pelvis. My uncle began yelling for his wife to come and look. As my aunt was still some distance away, and the trail was narrow and near a cliff edge, she could not just run towards him. He frantically turned his head to yell at her to hurry up, and turned his head back to where he saw the skeleton, and it was gone. There was no trace of it, not even footprints, nothing to indicate its existence. When my aunt finally caught up to him, she nervously asked what happened, thinking that my uncle was in an emergency. He stared with wide eyes while pointing at the spot where he saw the skeleton just moments earlier. He yelled over and over again that there was a skeleton there, a real skeleton walking by itself, a human skeleton. My aunt was flabbergasted. She told him that he might be suffering from heat stroke, and imagining the skeletal remains of animals being reanimated as a result. My uncle repeatedly insisted that he saw what he saw, but my aunt rebutted by saying she was very certain that she saw nothing out of the ordinary along the trail, and was sure my uncle was experiencing symptoms of heat stroke, dehydration, or exhaustion. After some time arguing back and forth, my aunt decided to drag my uncle to a meeting point at the end of the trail, where she asked their tour guide to provide some first aid to my uncle for heat stroke and dehydration. While the tour guide checked for injuries, my uncle told the tour guide what he saw. The tour guide very sympathetically replied that my uncle is not the only visitor who has experienced something unusual in the Grand Canyon. The tour guide explained that ever since the Grand Canyon was open to public visits, there have been reports of strange sightings and unexplainable encounters. Some people attribute the strange happenings to UFOs. Some believe that the ethnic cleansing of Native Americans by European settlers left an indelible mark on the land, while some think that the Grand Canyon is the location of an interdimensional doorway, or that it is the chosen home of supernatural beings on account of its remote location, population scarcity, and extreme climate. When my uncle and aunt returned home from their trip, my uncle told relatives about what he saw, which my aunt will always counter with logical explanations. This has always been a point of contention for them, because my uncle and aunt rarely argue, and they're the most loving married couple most people know. To this day, after their 30th anniversary, my uncle and aunt still bicker about what happened in the Grand Canyon. My uncle even suggested that, for their 35th wedding anniversary celebration, they should go to the Grand Canyon a second time, in hopes that my aunt might catch a glimpse of the supernatural herself. Creeper at the Grand Canyon, from Matthew. If you have a weak stomach, or other problems like that, I suggest you avoid this story. It all started back in May of 2005. I was about 8 years old when this occurred. My brothers, my dad, and I were on our way to New Mexico for one of my dad's work meetings. We decided to stop by the Grand Canyon along the way for some lunch. When we got out of the car, my stupid little brothers decided to run off and go explore. My dad told me to go chase them down and bring them back to eat some lunch, so I did. I began yelling their names out, but they wouldn't respond. I walked for a while, probably 5 minutes, looking for them, when I came across this sketchy-looking trailer. I didn't go over towards it because of how disgusting it looked. Then finally I saw my 2 little brothers, J and E. They both came running up to me, telling me that they saw something hiding under some sage. So, being the big brother, I looked around the area but saw nothing. I told my brothers that we had to go now, but as we were about to leave, I heard a raspy voice coming from the back door of the trailer. They said something along the lines of, "Don't leave." I immediately took off with my brothers to my dad's truck. But the thing was, my dad was nowhere in sight when we got back. I assumed he was looking for me, for us, so I waited at the truck until his return. But about 7 minutes later, I saw a figure walking towards us. It wasn't my dad. It was the person from the trailer. I wanted to tell him to screw off, something more aggressive or intimidating like that. But all that came out was a shaky, "Hello?" The person did not respond, but instead, they pulled out a hunting knife and ran right towards us. I grabbed a hold of my 2 brothers' hands, and we jumped down a hill. Thankfully, the creep didn't jump down with us. Instead, he just stared. By this point, I was beginning to think this guy was some sort of alcoholic. He looked drunk as all heck. But just then, my dad comes running up to the creeper and hits him in the chest. The creep cut my dad on the arm, but my dad got the upper hand, socking him in the face. The man staggered and ran off, and thankfully, he never returned. After the police were called, they explored the area and later that week found the man asleep in an alley somewhere. It wasn't far from where we were. My dad did not make it to his meeting, but he didn't care. Chupacabra at the Grand Canyon. From Hexbro. This is a short experience, but a rather creepy one. It was 12 years ago. I would have been 14, traveling the night roads through Arizona with my family. My mom and dad had planned a road trip that would take us close enough to the Grand Canyon to get out and see it for ourselves. When we passed it by, it was breathtaking. I had no idea just how deep and vast the Grand Canyon was until then. But I didn't get to see it long, and we weren't going to be able to get out and take a look as we'd planned. Because suddenly, my dad screamed from behind the wheel. The SUV swerved and skidded to a stop, slinging my brother, my mom, and I toward the opposite end of the SUV. When the vehicle became motionless, my heart was pounding out of my chest, and my mother demanded to know what on earth was going on. My dad, though, sat quietly, staring out the driver's side window of the SUV. Naturally, we all looked in the same direction, wondering what had stolen his attention and nearly caused us to crash. Well, we all soon saw it. It was standing halfway on the road and halfway on the dirt that surrounds the road. It was four-legged, a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen. Its shape roughly resembled a dog, but instead of fur it had scales that glistened from the beams of our headlights, which, due to my dad swerving, were now aimed partially in its direction. Its mouth reminded me of a dog's as well, a long, thin maw. But there were visible teeth protruding from the sides, especially two unnaturally long ones at the front. Just looking at those fangs made me shudder. And the color of the thing was terrifying too. Had our headlights not been on it now, or had the creature been standing in the middle of the desert, we never would have seen it. It was the color of the dirt, that reddish-brown color, built perfectly to hunt in this environment. The creature was obviously startled as much as we were. The thing's chest was heaving as it breathed heavily. It stared at us. No other part of it was moving except its chest, as if it was hoping to still be hidden. Nope, we could see it full and well. After a momentary staring contest, the creature half scurried and half galloped into the rocks and desert in the opposite direction. When I saw it retract from the road, chills ran up my spine, because it almost entirely disappeared to my eyes, almost. We collected ourselves as Dad rushed us out of there into the nearest hotel we could find. There we discussed what happened and even laughed about it. To this day, we tell this story to friends and family and wholeheartedly believe that what we saw was a chupacabra. Yellowstone Backcountry, from a Kilo Northwind. I was a young 18-year-old backcountry guide in Yellowstone back in the late 1970s. As you might imagine, it was a rich front of fun and adventure. For example, there was a frosty September morning when I unzipped my tent to find a 3,000-pound bison grazing less than 10 feet away. Another morning, I played a nerve-wracking game of Ring Around the Rosie with a young bull moose, dodging around willow clumps until I guess he got bored of the prospect of stomping me to death. I still fear moose more than any other wild animal. Another time in Beckler Canyon, I'd eaten my fill of thimbleberries and lounged back in the thick bushes to relax. I was startled awake sometime later to the snuffling and rustling of some massive woodland creature. I lay hidden in the bushes in frozen silence until well after the sounds disappeared. A huge pile of berry-filled scat I found nearby confirmed my close encounter with a grizzly bear. Over the several years I worked in the park, I saw and experienced so many wonderful animals. Megafauna like wolves, bighorn sheep, elk, mule deer, and black bears, to the smaller creatures like marten, coyotes, skunks, porcupines, badgers, and my personal favorite, the pika. Some of these are dangerous. All of them are delightful. There really is nothing cuter than a bouncing baby buffalo. Google it, and you're welcome. This story is about an animal encounter, but not with any of the animals mentioned before. Every week of the short Wyoming summer, I would guide a group of 8 to 10 people on backpacking excursions through various trails of Yellowstone. Usually our outings were 5 or 6 days, and we covered anywhere from 45 to 70 miles in that time. In the wilderness of Yellowstone, this meant that at our midpoint, we might be as much as 35 miles and 3 river crossings from the nearest road or ranger station. Many of the clients were city folk or backpacking novices, so it was quite an ambitious adventure for them. Consequently, they always required a little hand-holding and quite a lot of instruction and encouragement. There were a handful of other guides in our organization, and it was standard practice for us to work in teams. I and my clients would start at one end of a trail while another guide and his group would start at the other. We would pass at some point in the middle, have a long group lunch, and share trail notes. It was always a welcome opportunity to connect with another guide friend. On this particular week, my group had started right at Old Faithful Geyser. Our destination was the Beckler Ranger Station, 60 miles away, on the southeast boundary of the park. Of course, this meant that the other group would be doing just the opposite, starting at Beckler Station and ending their hike at Old Faithful. In between, both groups would see dozens of astonishingly beautiful waterfalls, cross the Continental Divide a couple of times, enjoy world-class fishing, see some incredible and rarely seen thermal features, and of course, see plenty of animals. If the weather wasn't terrible and no one got lost or eaten, this trail was always a winner, one of my absolute favorites. My group was a cohesive group of fathers and sons who already knew each other. They were great people, but definitely out of their element. They were city dwellers, and they were bargain travelers. None of that is particularly an issue for me, just an observation. I was worried that a couple of boys were wearing vinyl shoes. You know the kind I'm talking about if you grew up in the 70s. Kmart specials, made out of some ballistic PVC. They aren't great for hiking, but they do make great blisters. Oh well, I'd rather have someone wear the shoes they're used to than wear a stiff new pair of boots. When we gathered round for a pack shakedown, it was less than ideal. One of the dads had about 15 pounds of camera gear, huge SLR 35mm and all the extras. Beyond that, there was lots of cotton clothing, some really crappy rain gear, some sketchy aluminum-framed packs, and way too many extras of everything. So basically, the usual. In the 70s, backpacking was different. In a way, it was simpler and purer. Not many people had ultra-light gear back then. Internal frame packs were a rarity. Compact liquid gas stoves were a novelty. In fact, it was almost more common to see army surplus than much specialized backpacking gear. I really wasn't concerned with the group. These guys seemed physically fit and they all had positive attitudes. The weather looked good, and we had pared their pack weight down to respectable levels. It would be a great week. After Old Faithful erupted right on time, we hit the trail. Within minutes, we were surrounded by pines and the traffic noises faded away. The hikers were chattering and horseplaying, but I knew a few miles in the sun would settle everyone down. We stopped at Lone Star Geyser and were lucky to catch another eruption. Not a great one, but a real treat considering that about 99.9% of park visitors will never even know this geyser exists. I prompted everyone to remember to drink. Then we hit the trail again. Our first camp wasn't really very far down the trail, so we arrived early and had plenty of time to cook a good meal, sort out our sleeping gear, and get to know each other. Everyone slept well, and morale was not a problem. The next morning, we climbed the Continental Divide and covered a lot of miles. There were the typical blisters, a few grouchy moments, and our first moose sighting. We lunched at Shoshone Geyser Basin, and I was gratified at the group's collective amazement at the place. A few of us swam in Shoshone Lake. Then we hiked on to camp number 2. The third day, we hiked downhill into the head of Beckler Canyon. The next 2 days would be a highlight. Shady trails, scads of massive waterfalls, and wild berries and great fishing. After setting up our camp that evening, we hiked a mile back up the canyon to one of the few spots in Yellowstone where it's legal, or even advisable, to soak in natural thermal springs. The boys hurried ahead and apparently surprised a skinny-dipping couple. As the poor woman scrambled to put on her swimsuit, the boys gallantly turned their backs, but not before getting an eyeful. Later in the week, I overheard one of the boys telling another in whispered awe of how beautiful the young lady was. Ah, puberty. Day 4 was the midpoint. On this day, we would meet the other group of hikers, headed the other way. If we timed it right, like we usually did, maybe we could meet by one of the major falls for a scenic lunch. Oddly, we passed both Iris and Colonnade Falls, with no sight of the other party. I began to dread that they might have met with some emergency and been delayed. In the backcountry, emergencies are amplified by distance and communications, especially in the 70s when, of course, there were no cell phones. On a previous trip, a client had a simple asthma attack, which would have been almost inconsequential in normal conditions. But at high altitude, with limited medication, the man had nearly died of hypoxia. So I was already on edge when we finally caught our first glimpse of the other group. It was already late in the day and they were still miles from their next scheduled camp. It only got weirder after that. As the group came near, I noticed the guide, my friend Mike, was hiking out in front. This is unusual, as the guide usually rides drag, or maybe somewhere in the middle. Clients love to be in front. And instead of the group being spread out a bit on the trail, which naturally occurs, The entire group could have been contained inside the length of a school bus. It looked so wrong. As they got closer, it was obvious that everyone in the party was quiet and subdued. In fact, they looked positively grim. I ran a quick inventory of what the heck might be going on. Had they had some sort of argument or fight? Had the crew mutinied on the guide? Had their group lost someone? Had someone been injured? In any case, the guide, Mike, and his whole group were somehow stressed or mad or something. Consequently, I held back in approaching my friend. So rather than stepping forward to meet him, like I would ordinarily do, I held back. I would let Mike come to me when he felt like it. In any case, I called pack break for my crew, and they all shrugged off their packs, starting to rummage for lunch and organizing water refills. They were a great crew, and now they were practically running themselves. By now, Mike's crew had hiked past most of my guys, and he was drawing even with me, as I was sitting on a downed tree about 2 meters off the trail. Mike and his group were all still in that bizarre tight formation, so much closer together than people naturally hike. It was confusing the heck out of me. It was about that point when I began to think that Mike was going to hike right past me, without even acknowledging me. What in the world was going on? My curiosity and alarm got the better of me, so I spoke up. I kept it short, because I could see he was really stressed about something. I just said something simple like, "Hey Mike, everything okay?" Without skipping a beat, he turned and said quizzically, "Do I know you?" I was stunned and confused by his weird response. I was about to stammer back some reply when he said, "Oh, right. We met on this trail last year." Then he flashed a weird, fake smile, waved and turned quickly around, and kept walking. It happened so fast that he was 20 yards up the path by the time I gathered my wits. Obviously, he didn't want to talk to me, but why? I watched him to see if he gave any other clue. Nothing. I then scanned his small party to see what that could tell me. Nothing. At first. As they hiked around the bend and began to disappear into the trees, I noticed that one of the hikers had only a small day pack. What? And another hiker had no pack at all. I had almost missed it, as they were hiking so closely together. I was stumped. I was dumbfounded. Why didn't those guys have gear? Why wouldn't Mike acknowledge me? I thought for a moment to run after them, but what would I do? I didn't even know what was going on. It all seemed almost unreal as I watched my guys casually passing around food and filling canteens. They were subdued and quiet as well. I had told them we would have lunch together with Mike's crew when we found them. We had delayed lunch by nearly 2 hours. They wondered what was going on too. Eventually, one of the dads asked me if he could help. I told him about the weird exchange between me and Mike and then about the 2 hikers with no gear. As we talked about it, I guess a few theories started to crystallize. It struck me like a slap that Mike was somehow under duress. I felt a hollow sense of brief panic and almost took off running after him. But what would I do? I still didn't really know anything. If Mike truly was in trouble, the last thing I wanted to do was make it worse. As I and the other adult continued to desperately puzzle over the situation, we heard the thubbing of a helicopter in the distance. The copter flew overhead at fairly high altitude. I doubted it could even see us. I wondered if it was constrained by the high walls of the canyon or if it was just trying to be careful. By now, I felt fairly sure that it had something to do with Mike's crew. I didn't know if we should try to signal the helicopter or if that would just cause confusion. In any case, I knew the helicopter would be unable to touch down anywhere around us, as the canyon is dense with old-growth trees and steep rocky walls for miles. In a moment, the helicopter was past us, and it was all a moot issue. Still at a loss for what to do, and kind of out of a dumb sense of duty and normalcy, I just ended up calling the end of pack break, and we got back on the trail. In 2 miles, we were out of the canyon and on the edge of Beckler Meadows, a massive flat grassland that stretches for miles. We found our campsite and set up camp. Sick with worry and still miles away from Beckler Ranger Station, I was doing a lot of anxious mental hand-wringing. I was torn between hiking out overnight to get help at the ranger station or hiking back up the canyon to help Mike myself. I was reticent to leave my crew in any case. I was honestly scared and confused. Before I could belabor the issue much longer, we saw 2 riders on horseback on the far edge of the meadow. They were covering ground fast. In a matter of minutes, they were at our camp. When I saw them up close, I didn't know whether to feel relieved or more worried. They were 2 park rangers, armed, and both had rifles in their saddle scabbards. Before I could say anything, the rangers simply told us to pack up and head south. When I asked why, they told me they had fugitives in the area, and we were to abort our trip plans. Naturally, everything cleared up for me in an instant. I quickly told the rangers what had occurred with Mike's party when we had passed them in the canyon. I told them about the 2 men with no gear. I was able to give the rangers details about what the men were wearing, and I let them know what Mike looked like too. I was even able to tell them that Mike's group was scheduled for campsite 9D1 that night, 3 Rivers Junction. At that point, the ranger canceled our evacuation order. With the solid information about where the fugitives were, and with positive IDs, the ranger felt we were no longer in immediate danger. Straight away, the rangers rode on into the canyon. It was a nervous evening and a long night. When morning came, we broke camp and started the hike across the long, grassy meadows. I was hopeful that Mike was already safe, but I had no way of knowing. I made the decision to cancel the last leg of our hike in order to get to Beckler Ranger Station 1 day earlier. I wanted an update as soon as possible. It would mean we would forego seeing Union Falls, which is arguably the highlight of the trip. But there was no way I could have waited any longer to find out if Mike was safe. We got to the ranger station a bit past noon. I had dragged my poor clients past some of the best fishing in the world. We had blown past Cave Falls and Dunanda Falls, but graciously the clients were cool about it. By now they were all in the picture, and they were very understanding. The minute we got to Beckler Station, we were fortunate to find a talkative ranger, and we got all the details. The 2 rangers who had ridden past us the day before had already radioed in with the resolution. Mike? He was safe. All of his crew were safe. The fugitives were in custody and had been taken out to the road at Shoshone Lake. The duty ranger was good enough to tell us how it had gone down. The fugitives were 2 young adults from the Idaho Juvenile Correction Academy over in St. Anthony, Idaho. In Idaho, individuals up to 21 may be retained in the juvenile system. These men had assaulted staff and escaped with a stolen vehicle. They had traveled the 30-mile-long dirt road between Idaho and Flag Ranch on the park's south boundary. They ditched their car after dragging the oil pan out and hiked into the park. They had overtaken Mike's group at their campsite in Beckler Meadows. Obviously, when they passed us, they were holding the group by threat. One fugitive had a large knife, which he had brandished, and the other claimed to have one too. They controlled the group by positioning one man right behind Mike and the other at the end of the column. They kept the group very tight together. With the information I provided, the 2 rangers had actually beaten Mike's group to their next camp. They had taken their horses on the far side of the river on the equestrian trail and had been hidden and waiting by the time Mike and his crew arrived to set up camp. Prudently, the rangers had waited until the party had bedded down for the night before moving in for a quick and easy arrest. One of the fugitives had been standing guard, while the other was curled up in a ground tarp, which they had taken from Mike. After the arrest, Mike was a pro. He and his crew finished the week-long hike. What else could they do? They were 25 miles from anything. He said it was probably the best thing for everybody, because they all had a couple of days of solitude to process the traumatic situation together. He said by the end they were joking about it, and it seemed like an integral part of their great adventure. By the time they got to Old Faithful, they were all friends for life. Mike did tell me that when the helicopter had flown over that day, the guy with the day pack had freaked out and ordered everyone to get under cover of the tree canopy. Mike said the man held him by the back of his belt with the knife resting against one of his kidneys until the helicopter had gone. As for me, I thanked Mike for his quick thinking and acting like we were strangers. I apologized for almost blowing his cover. Obviously, his sharp wits and selflessness prevented my whole group from getting tangled up with fugitives too. Who knows what the men might have done if they found out we were together. My group ended up having a good week too. We left the trail a day early, but they had certainly got their money's worth. If you're ever in Yellowstone, keep an eye peeled for dangerous animals, including the two-legged ones. Scary Yellowstone Experience from Mark F. This happened around 2 summers ago while I was camping and hiking in Yellowstone National Park. Prior to this incident, I did not believe in strange creatures or monsters. Oh, how that changed after this experience. To add some background, I'm a 25-year-old male who loves the beauty of Mother Nature. I find peace while spending time in God's creation, and I sometimes go alone just to clear my head. I'm an avid fisher, hiker, camper, and backpacker who has seen pretty much everything from bears to tarantulas in the wild. What I saw in the Yellowstone National Park was like no other creature I've ever seen in my entire life. I was camping deep south of the park by myself, and I was having the time of my life. The skies were clear with blue, and the sun was beaming down. I was just getting back from fishing when I heard a cry about 50 to 100 yards away. It was coming from my left in a wooded area. The noise sounded like a painful, elongated yelp, with the sound dying out slowly at the end. The cry sounded female, which was strange because I was very isolated from others, and I hadn't seen anyone the entire trip. I wasn't really scared at first, but I was definitely cautious of the sound. Instead of calling out the cliché, "Hello?" I decided to stay silent, as it's best not to attract whoever that was to my location. They could be dangerous or crazy, for all I knew. Plus, I did have my handgun and Remington shotgun, so I was ready if anyone tried to harm me in any way. Now, I'm a pretty laid-back guy, but when stuff gets serious, I'm always alert and prepared. I decided to get my fish into the cooler and go on with preparing my meal for the night as sundown was quickly approaching. I understand that some listening are wondering why I didn't hightail it out of there after hearing that noise. To be fair, it wasn't a big deal to me at the time. I honestly chalked it up to being an animal, and I understood that I was deep in nature. I mean, weird sounds happen all the time in the woods. However, if it was a person making the noise, why would I let them ruin this experience for me? I drove 6 hours and hiked for 3 to get to this spot, and I'm not packing it up just because some loser is trying to ruin my fun. If they wanted trouble, they would get trouble. I'm a fair, honest, and kind man, but you don't want to meet me in the dark. The sun went down and no other noises persisted around my campsite at all. I ate my meal and stargazed for around half an hour, thinking about my dad. He just passed away from brain cancer, and I was still grieving the loss of him. He had been on my mind a lot, and his death was the entire reason I came out to the forest. I wanted to clear my head. I wanted to find peace in his death, knowing that he didn't have to struggle anymore. At this point, it was pitch black, and I was so exhausted I went in my tent to crash after a long day. I hit the hay around 11:30. I had this awful nightmare where I was sitting in an unfamiliar room with my father, He was just staring at me with an angry look on his face. I asked him if he was okay and why he looked so mad at me, but he never responded to any of my questions. Instead, every time I spoke, he would interrupt me by opening his mouth and a loud metallic banging sound came out. It wasn't a noise a human could make at all. Every time I spoke, the noise got louder and louder, and I started to panic in the dream. And for some reason, I could not move. This metallic noise was so loud, it was driving me crazy. Finally, my father ran at me with the noise at peak decibel levels, and I woke up in a cold sweat. I was absolutely relieved that it was only a dream, but I wondered the meaning of it. My thought process was cut short when I heard that same metallic noise outside my tent. I couldn't believe my ears. Could I still be dreaming? The noise happened again and I realized I was more awake than ever. Someone was out there messing with my stuff, and that made me mad. I grabbed my shotgun and I burst from my tent as fast as I could to find nothing. Absolutely nothing. I turned on my flashlight on the shotgun. I beamed it around everywhere, but to my surprise, I didn't see anyone. I looked over the ground and found my thermos beaten in and bent. That must have been where the metallic noise was coming from, but who in God's name would be doing this to me all the way out here? I looked at my watch and the time was around 2 a.m. I shouted for the person to come out and confront me for the damage to my property, but I was met with silence. I mean utter silence. No grasshoppers, no birds, no owls. I was terrified at this point, despite the massive shotgun I had with me. Could there be multiple people doing this? Could this be an animal? Is this a prank? I finally heard a loud thump around 15 feet behind me. I turned quickly, and I saw it. This creature, this thing, was not human at all. The moment I saw it, I even questioned my own faith. It was a tall, white, pale, humanoid figure that stood on 2 legs. It looked like a human, but it was all wrong. It was between 7 and 8 feet tall, with black sunken pits for eyes. Its eyes had no emotion, no pupils, but I felt it staring into my soul. It was deathly skinny, as I could see its bones, and its arms were so thin they could be snapped in two. It had large black claws that were almost talon-like. It opened its mouth, showing distorted black pointy teeth that looked razor-sharp, and it spoke in a hoarse, scratchy voice. "Why are you here?" I was so terrified. I'd had enough. I began to fire at the creature with my shotgun. It bellowed in a loud screech that sounded like an elk and a screaming woman combined. It lunged at me with incredible speed and landed a hard blow on my head. I hit the ground hard, and the last thing I saw before I blacked out was the creature going crazy, destroying my campsite. When I came to, it was light out, and everything had been destroyed, as well as everything inside it. My shotgun and handgun were torn apart. They were now useless. I don't want to know how this creature was capable of that. It must have massive strength. I stopped and wondered why I was even alive. Why didn't the creature shred me to pieces? Did my gun scare it off after it hit me? Did my shotgun even do any damage? I realized that I needed to leave at that moment. Nothing was salvageable, so I just grabbed my truck keys and I started my 3-hour hike back to my truck. The entire way back, I was just processing what happened the night prior, and everything I believed in was gone. I was certainly concussed, That creature had given me a strong blow to the head. I can't believe something like that exists in the world, and it chills me to the bone to know it's still out there. I got home and told this story to nobody. What am I supposed to say? I might sound absolutely nuts if I do. Who will believe me? All I have to say to the listeners on here is to not hike or camp alone. I am very lucky to be alive. To this day, I've stopped my old hobbies, as now I'm horrified to go back in the woods. Ghost Girl at Yellowstone, from Jackson 5522. First off, I want to say this was the scariest moment of my life. We go on a family vacation every year. This year we were going to go to Disneyland, but that was canceled due to the Rona. So we decided to go to Yellowstone instead because there's less people and guidelines of social distancing. On the day of departure, we left around 6 at night, as my dad doesn't get off work until 5. In the car and on our way to Yellowstone, I fell asleep. I was super tired the next day. Suddenly, I woke up at one point because of a loud bang. I looked out the window and I saw this woman in a white dress. She was staring back at me. She had these crooked and yellow teeth. She mumbled something like, "Hi, what's your name?" I screamed. My mom told me to knock it off. It's only my imagination. I told my mom to look. She's right there. But when she looked and I looked back, the woman had vanished. We didn't see anything. We made it to Yellowstone early in the morning. I went to use the restroom while Mom and Dad were unpacking the car. As I proceeded to do my business, there was suddenly a knock at the bathroom door. I answered it. "Yes? Who is it?" No one responded. Then it happened again. Once more I tried to answer it, but there was no response. Not until I heard the voice of a girl giggling outside the bathroom door. I ran out of there as fast as I could. Thankfully, nothing else weird happened that day. Monster at Yellowstone National Park, from Mariah C.W., and read by guest narrator Carmen Carrion.
I never thought my mom's chain smoking habit could land us in so much trouble. She entered us both into a contest to win a 3-day stay at the Marlboro Ranch in Montana. I ended up being the one winning despite being a non-smoker. There were 50 winners, and each could bring one guest, so there were 100 people in total that went on the trip. It was my first time flying and will probably be my only time. I had to take my anxiety medication to even feel somewhat normal. We landed at the Bozeman Airport, and from there we were shuttled to the ranch. The little town we stayed in resembled a saloon setting, complete with Western decor. We stayed in the room Aspen, which was actually nicer than the other rooms. It had a living room for some reason and was larger than the other rooms. I'm honestly not sure why we got the nice one. When we arrived, all of the gear that we would need for the activities they had laid out was sitting on our beds. There was stuff for mountain biking, horseback riding, and I think even rock climbing. This was shaping up to be an incredible experience. I didn't know how fast that thought would be extinguished. The very first day was the best, at least at first. The weather was absolutely perfect. Crystal clear blue sky, sunlight beaming, a gentle breeze stirring up leaves. It was serene. The tour guides took us through Yellowstone. We got to watch Old Faithful erupt. You could see the steam coming off of the geyser. There was a section where we could overlook the waterfall. I will guiltily admit that I wasn't retaining much of the history and descriptions of the attractions, as I was too absorbed in the beauty of the scenery. Our group that had around 30 people in it ended up splitting up to hike some of the trails around Yellowstone. My mom, myself, and maybe 5 to 6 others broke off with one of our tour guides. We hiked, and not too far into the tree line, the smell hit us. I'd imagine if you took a dead mouse, a pack of meat you left in the fridge for a year, a decomposing body, and mixed them all up in a blender, you'd get the smell that was assaulting us. It was hard to fight back a gag. My mom is much more sensitive than I am. She threw up. Thankfully, everybody else held their stomachs. We asked the tour guide about the smell, and she hesitantly told us that very rarely animals will perish close to the trails, and it was possible that's what we were smelling. We ended up finding what we thought was the source of the smell. A white-tailed deer lay maybe 10 feet off the trail, its insides completely torn out and its limbs twisted at odd angles. It had a look of pure terror locked onto its poor face. My mom threw up again. The tour guide hurried us past it and started telling us about predators in Yellowstone: black bears, grizzly bears, coyotes, wolves, and a couple of others, any of which could have been responsible for killing that deer. The tour guide took us quickly through the remainder of our hike, and my mom and I were shuttled back to our room. We didn't dwell too much on the deer incident. It was just one of the park's predators that killed it, right? Nothing to be worried about. The second day, we went horseback riding. We ended up wearing the wrong jackets on accident and were freezing the whole time. The weather was overcast, drizzly, and downright miserable. We were both nursing hangovers from the previous night. It was an all-expenses paid trip, including alcohol. The only things you had to buy yourself were Tylenol and batteries. They even cut us checks for $1,150 to cover the taxes that we would have to pay on the trip. Drinking the previous night had been a mistake. Bouncing on the horse in the cold with a pounding headache, it was a recipe for a bad time. The trail we took was only wide enough for 2 horses to be side by side at a time. There were roughly 10 of us, with somebody guiding us at the lead. My mom and I were in the very back, unable to hear the person in the lead and relying only on following the crowd. We were about 15 minutes deep when my mom said, "Mariah." I looked at her. "Yes?" I inquired. My mom looked over at me. "What?" she asked. "You said my name," I replied. "What did you want?" "I didn't say your name," she said, rolling her eyes at me. She was in a pissy mood, so I didn't push her. Somebody had said my name, and I didn't reckon it was the person at the lead that I couldn't hear. Who said it? Was my mom just messing with me? I heard it again after not even 2 minutes. I looked over at my mom for the second time. Did you say my name?" I asked her, a slight tremble in my voice this time. "I think you need your ears checked, or your brain checked, because I have not said a word this whole time," my mom replied. I heard my name called probably 5 more times. Each time I looked at my mom dumbfounded, but she never even glanced my way. She had to be messing with me. There was no other explanation. After we finished horseback riding, we went back to our rooms and put on our appropriate jacket for hiking. Rather than spend another night drinking, we wanted to go back to Yellowstone and hike some of the trails by ourselves while we continued to shake off our hangovers. We were both able to ride a shuttle back into Yellowstone and take one of the trails up into the mountains. We actually talked, made plans for the evening, and discussed what we'd like to do the next day. When we heard twigs breaking and footsteps on the path, we didn't think much of it at first. Just other people on the trails, right? There were at least 100 people to account for, on top of the regular tourism. There could be anybody taking the same trail as us. When I heard my name called again, I stopped. My gut was telling me that something wasn't right. This time, I didn't hear my mom. I heard my fiance's voice, who was back home in Kentucky. When I stopped, so did the footsteps behind us. Somebody was following us. Through the haze, I turned around, but saw nothing. My mom pestered me, telling me I was just being paranoid and there was nothing to worry about. We continued, but as we did, so did the footsteps. This time they were faster. Then that smell from that first day hit. My mom doubled over, vomiting. I looked behind us again. I could see something through the mist. A moose, I thought at first, because it was so massive. But it was all wrong. The legs were bent inward and it was deathly thin. So thin I could see actual bones through this thing. I swear I could see flesh slough right off of its body. Its piercing yellow eyes bore a hole right through my chest. This rotten creature cantered towards us, its strange gait sending an icy ball of fear sinking into my gut. I always thought that when people say they froze out of fear, they were willfully staying that way or were exaggerating. Not true. When I say froze, I was glued to my spot. I couldn't move if I wanted to. My mom rose back up and turned around, breaking me from my state. I could see a scream building on her face. "What?" she started, but I clamped a hand over her mouth. We stared at the creature and it stared back. I almost soiled myself, I was so scared. Voices erupted from in front of us, behind the creature, jolting us out of the stare down. I think the noise frightened it because it ran away, disappearing into the trees. My mom and I ran, right past the tourists, right to the shuttle, and right up into our room. It was a cold, sleepless night. No amount of heat could scrape the fear out of our bones. At some point in the night, I awoke. I wasn't sure what had awoken me at first, but then I heard it, a scraping sound against the window. I looked to see a long, crooked claw raking itself down the window, a horrible screeching sound emitting from it. I glanced over at my mom, who was fast asleep. I pulled the covers over my head, tendrils of fear licking their way through my limbs, leaving me in its gut-wrenching grip. I couldn't fall back asleep. I laid and listened to the scraping sound for hours, until eventually the sun began to rise and the sound dissipated. When my mom awoke, I went to the window looking out. We were on the second floor, a good 15 feet off of the ground. Whatever was scraping the window had really been tall or could fly. My mom didn't talk much the third and final day. We went and got a full-body massage and tried to drink the memories away. The flight back was even worse than the flight there. I was just thankful to be headed home, away from Yellowstone, and away from the freakish rotten moose. I thought that I had left all my worries behind me. That was until I awoke in the middle of the night in the perceived safety of my own bed. The scraping sound was back. A wave of fear and nausea rolled over me as I tried to write it off as a branch, or something natural hitting my window. I glanced up, only to find myself staring into the bright yellow eye. I could almost make out a smirk on its disgusting, rotting face. "You're mine," it murmured, in a deep, gravelly, distorted voice that sounded worse than the nails on a chalkboard. My ears rang, and once again, fear took over and ate away at my stomach. The creature continued raking its claws against my window like a cat playing with a mouse before it kills it. Panic bubbled in my throat. I got up, grabbing my blanket and pillow and taking it to the couch. The following morning I said nothing, but the dark circles under my mom's eyes tell me she had her own demons pursuing her last night.
The Lost Hiker, from an anonymous 4chan user. I'm a forest ranger for a large amount of dense wooded forest just north of the US border. At 1200 hours one day, I just signed on to my shift. I got a call on the radio for a 1049, which is a missing person in my area. Apparently, they were last seen wearing a sweatshirt, hiking shorts, and a red backpack. They had been missing for 2 days now, but was just now reported. I mount up, fuel up, and head out onto the area he was last known to be. I cruised for about an hour and a half, then decided it would be a good idea to start out on foot, as he wouldn't be on any service roads, otherwise I would have seen him by now, surely. But first I made sure to notify dispatch to send an additional unit. I waited for half an hour until backup arrived. The guy who showed up was a good guy, and I enjoyed working with him. So we headed up onto a trail that's known for people getting lost, a bit of a hotspot if you will, because halfway up it splits and goes further into the woods instead of curving around and heading back toward the service area. People get confused here, often thinking that it will lead back when it doesn't, but usually they make it back or we find them. We hike in for about an hour calling out the person's name, keeping an eye out for clues or signs. I wind around a bend and find the remnants of a campsite. I shout out for my partner to come over, then start shouting for the missing gentleman again. My partner doesn't come though. I go back around the corner and now my partner isn't there. I try the radio.
Come in. Officer, are you code 4?
I wait a minute for a reply, but there is none. Well, crap, I think. I begin to inspect the campsite. It's fairly recent, within a week I think. But there are no new footprints or indents in the mud surrounding the fire pit, except what appears to be from animals. I decide to wait for my partner to come back. He may have gotten lost himself. I try the radio again after a while.
Officer, come in. Are you code 4?
Again, there's no response. I begin to look around the trees, listening for any sounds out of the ordinary. I wait for maybe another 45 minutes for my partner, while walking in a little circle around the campsite, but my partner still doesn't show up. Of course, I'm beginning to get worried. I go back around the bend in the trail, past a little rock outcropping. I head back the way we came in, and I'm looking for any sign of my partner now. As I come up onto the trail, I hear footsteps up ahead of me, boots on a rocky path. I immediately go to my radio and try again.
Officer, are you code 4?
But still nothing, so I run up ahead to get a good look at whoever is on the trail. There's a guy with a red backpack. He seems to be walking strangely, no swing to his arms when he goes, kinda like you would do if you were pretending to be a robot. Excuse me, sir, what's your name? I'm 20 feet behind him by this point. Sir. He seems to be ignoring me, still walking weird like that. Hey! He finally stops and turns around lightning fast. It kind of startles me. I ask him if he's the person we've been looking for, but instead of replying audibly, he just stares at me. I say it again, asking if he has the same name as the person we're looking for, but he still doesn't speak. He does nod his head though, slowly. I'm relieved. We've been looking for you. Let's head back to the trailhead. Another 40 minutes go by and he's oddly quiet. We reach the trailhead. Mine and my partner's vehicles are still there. Now, I'm going to put you in the back of my truck. You're not under arrest. Just relax and catch your breath, okay? Once he's back there, I go to the radio and I try again, calling for the other officer. But this time, a reply crackles to life through the speaker.
This is Officer such and such. Yeah, I'm fine. Found the missing person. But he's got a broken leg after falling off a small cliff. I've patched him up. We're on our way back to the trailhead. Sorry for not responding, I was out of range. Got separated at one of the trail forks.
What? I remember thinking. I reply, "That can't be right. I've got the missing hiker. He's in the back of my truck right now." There's silence for a couple of minutes before he comes back.
"Lock the truck and grab the 12 gauge from my Jeep."
"Why?" I ask.
"Just do it, and don't let him out of your sight."
All right then. I unlock his Jeep and grab the 12 gauge, inspecting it to see if there's a round in the chamber. I calmly walk over to the truck and peek in through the window. But the man I'd just put in there is gone, and the cage that surrounds the back seat was severely damaged and bent, and the driver's side door is open. I swing around the other side of my truck and peer into the cab, but there's no one there. I close the door and climb into the bed, sitting on the roof for the hour and a half, ready to see anything and anyone, and utterly terrified, until finally my partner comes back with the injured hiker. He looks at me. "You let it go?" "What do you mean by it?" I ask. But he just gives me a passing "I'll tell you later." He never did tell me after we got back to the station, even if I was dying inside to know what he was talking about. I would later talk to that partner as we were both on the same service road again one day and assigned to the same area. I asked him about that odd incident a few months back. I had pulled up next to his Jeep as he was filling out some paperwork. "Hey, how's the shift so far?" A couple of idiot kids decided to get drunk out there, some of them even going at it, if you know what I mean. But nothing too serious," he answers. "So, about that incident we had a month ago. I've been trying to figure it out, and it just keeps confusing me. You never really told me what it was, or why you had me lock my truck and grab a 12 gauge. He clicks his pen frantically all of a sudden, then puts it back in his pocket, closing his citation book. "Well, it's not something that you need to know about. It'd be in your best interest to keep your nose clean of it from now on. You got it?" Come on, dude. Don't scare me with that G-Man secret agent bullcrap. Just explain what you thought it was." He looks at me solemnly from just below the brim of his ball cap. After a long silence, he speaks. "It's been here longer than before I took this job. I used to live around these parts, and at night I'd always hear my neighbors' voices calling my name, or the family dog barking when the dog was on my bed. Now I was interested. But dispatch suddenly interrupted us with a report about kids firing pellets at animals. And when we were done with that, there was a call about someone breaking their leg. Then I had to patrol campgrounds and hiking trails. I was just too busy to get any more out of him. So that's all I was able to get. But if I see him again, I'll keep asking. Because otherwise, I'm going to go crazy with curiosity and maybe fear." What kind of bear was that? From an anonymous 4chan user. So I was hiking the Pacific Coast Trail this last week, heading south towards Crater Lake near Lake Maidu. As I cut across one of the other trails, a couple of Forest Service guys hike up from the east. One is clearly an LEO in full kit with an AR-10. The other guy isn't LEO, but he's got a rucksack covered in smoke canisters and carrying a massive saw with teeth an inch deep. An odd sight to say the least. As we're about to pass each other, they stop me. They ask me how I'm doing, and then they ask me if I had seen anything odd around here. I tell them I'm just hiking the Pacific Coast Trail and admit that I haven't seen anything weird of note lately. But I ask them why they ask that. They say something about a problem bear near one of the upper lakes that they'd been chasing off with pepper grenades, and to watch out since I'm alone out here. I shrug and thank them for the info as I keep hiking. I set up my camp a mile or so down the trail. A bit after dark, I hear these shots ring out. They're coming from the west. All night, every couple of hours, I hear these shots, slowly circling around along the west to the south. I don't get any sleep. A bit before dawn, I hear another volley of shots and a horrendous noise to the east. Honestly sounded like a pig getting stuck, a really big one. The noise stops a bit after dawn. I climb out of my tent and begin to pack, then I start hiking south. I can smell this disgusting smelling smoke, like half-rotted meat and copper blowing in from the south. The two Forest Service guys wander up from the east. The LEO's pack is significantly lighter than before. The guy with the saw has one smoke grenade left, and the saw is now covered with black liquid. I ask what the heck was going on all night, but the guy with the saw just gives me this smug grin, then says, "A bear." The LEO nods in affirmation and adds, "It was just a bear. Don't worry about it, we took care of it." They're giving me no F's about the smell or the black crap on the saw that looked like it was smoldering. They asked me if I needed anything and then wished me luck on the rest of my hike. I couldn't get any good sleep for the rest of the trip though. What on earth were they hunting out there, and why couldn't they be honest about it? It was very odd. The Kid, from an anonymous 4chan user. I was going camping with this group of about 10 to 15 people for some voluntary Forest Service and ranger work. There were only 4 other people around my age though. The rest were either really young, around 13 to 15, or in their late 40s. The 4 others I was with were pretty good friends of mine. We usually didn't get much sleep whenever we were spending a weekend together. The trip lasted for 3 days. It was spring break, and I hadn't slept the night before, but I was used to going on no to little sleep, so I had no problem when one of our 4 suggested that we go on a hike. We decided to go pretty late at night so none of the youngsters would follow us in. Unfortunately, our plan did not work, so we ended up with an entire pack of teenagers following us. We had an obligation to watch them too, because 3/5 of us were volunteers. We really didn't have a choice now that they were with us. That being said, we decided to make it short. We would take them on a pretty rough hike so they wouldn't come with us whenever we went hiking the next time. This ended up being a bad idea. We got split up into several groups. I stayed with one group with one of my friends. We had decided to go down a trail where we had spotted some deer earlier. A deer ended up scaring one of the girls who screamed at the top of her lungs and was being skittish about everything out there. It was kind of irritating. Needless to say, the hike was ruined. We ended up quite far from the camp, and while there were a bunch of annoying teens with us, we were convinced that one of the kids from the other group was in the forest trying to scare us, because several points during the night we heard rustling all around us, and we kept hearing this same eerie scream deep in the woods, which sounded like the girl who screamed earlier about the deer, just like it. Anyway, we got back to camp and told the kids to shut up and go to bed. They were being loud the entire hike and I was done dealing with it. We all set up base next to this trail that led into the woods. We stayed there for several hours before morning, and none of us were able to sleep. When the big guy who left to hunt some deer joined us, I began discussing with him how the deer seemed abnormally large out here. He turned to me with a serious look on his face and said, "Those weren't deer." I almost got right next to one, and all I could see were its eyes, and it wasn't moving. It was almost as big as me. Now keep in mind this guy was about 6'7", And he's one of those heavy-set guys who looks like he could kill a man with one punch. And he seemed very spooked about this. I thought he was just messing around with me, so I dismissed it. Fast forward to the next night. The previous hike took too much of a toll on the teens, save 2 of them. One of them was this loud chick, and I didn't mind having her around as much as the other kid. The other was a complete idiot. He was loud, annoying, and had a sense of humor equivalent to that unfunny eel meme. He tried making jokes every minute. There was never a moment of silence with this kid. This time only the big guy and the 2 teens were with us. We decided to go see some sights this time. Apparently, when a few of them had gone camping before, they had found this secret room next to an old fort-type building. While we were headed for that room, the idiot kid got separated from us somehow. Don't ask. He seemed to just wander off with his flashlight. We ended up finding him, and he got scolded for being stupid and wandering off at 1 a.m. when he didn't know the area. Instead of being whiny like he usually was, he stayed completely silent. In fact, he seemed to just stare off in a daze. At this point, we hadn't slept for 2 days, and for me, I was going on 3. I chalked it all up to him being tired and not being able to handle the hike. Later on, I would find out that the kid had slept the night before, because I saw him go into his tent and crash with most of the teenagers. The other girl hadn't, however, so we go back to the fort and head up to the top room, and the chick decided to have a nap there. But the whole way back, that dumb kid was walking really awkwardly. He looked like a freaking baby horse. Not to mention he was being completely silent and still on some occasions. One of us had to walk behind him to make sure he didn't fall over onto rocks. Anyway, when we got to that top room and the chick fell asleep, the kid laid down and fell asleep immediately after. We didn't mind. They were 13 and 14 and they couldn't handle it as well as we could. The rest of us entertained ourselves by making shadow puppets for 2 hours. At the end of it, we were all kind of dozing off by then. We were all quite sleep deprived. But I was the most alert out of the group, probably because I was still sitting up and trying to keep watch. At about 3 a.m., the kid stands up out of nowhere, and the other guys snap out of it because we're thinking, the heck is he doing now? He starts stumbling toward me in this awkward, jerky movement fashion, and I'm standing there thinking he's going to freaking fall on me, so I tell him to sit back down. Then the others join in and command him to do as I said. At this point, he starts twitching backwards, and there's a ledge not too far from him. We're yelling at him to sit down because he could fall off. The big guy friend of mine is about to stand up, and so am I, so that this kid doesn't hurt himself. But then he starts whimpering like he's trying to talk, and I have no idea what the kid is trying to say. And then his voice doesn't sound normal at all. He collapses back down and just goes right back to sleep. Utterly confused, we tried to not think about it. We were tired after all, so we decided to go back to camp then. So we wake up the girl and say it's time to go. As we try to wake the kid up though, he won't budge. My first thought is he's unconscious, like had fainted instead of falling asleep. But the big guy tries picking him up, and he ends up standing up on his own then. But still, he's not moving normally. So the big guy has to pretty much carry the tired boy back down, along with his bag, all the way to the truck we came in. It wasn't too far. The rest of us got our stuff and we got in. Now, when the kid tries to get in the truck, he twitches backward before getting in. It was at this point that I noticed that he was really bruised up. Not on his head much, just on his arms. He didn't have those bruises the night before. He's still being quiet, so I checked his forehead to make sure he didn't have a fever. Plus, I was sure that he hadn't done any sort of substance, because the program we were volunteering on is one of those churchy, drug-free programs,
so I have no idea what the heck was wrong with him. When we get back to camp, he gets out, leaves his bag and his flashlight, which was weird because he was being so pissy before about anyone touching his stuff. He goes off toward the edge of the campsite. His tent wasn't over there though, but we don't care at this point because we think he's probably just taking a piss or something. And back at the site, after all, he's not our responsibility anymore. Everyone else goes to sleep, but me and the big guy stay awake for a bit, discussing what happened with the weird kid. As we were discussing it and analyzing the situation, it just got more and more eerie, and at one point he mentioned that while the kid was standing up, all the crickets and crap would go quiet in the background. I hadn't noticed at the time. We decided to keep watch though, as we hadn't seen any sign of the kid coming back yet. About half an hour later, he decided that he needed his phone to keep track of the time, and I needed a pee break, so we left our watch. He took my flashlight because it was brighter than his, and I took the kid's flashlight because I wasn't going that far. Before we went our separate ways, he set his flashlight down on the bed of our friend's truck. As I headed back though, I saw a few flashes from what I thought was my flashlight, and it was just some flickering like someone was turning it on and off. It was him signaling me where he was. So we sat back down and resumed our watch. Barely even a few minutes later, he realized that his flashlight was missing. We searched for it and turned up with nothing. I told him to use my flashlight then, but we were both pretty alert at this point. 10 minutes later, his dog, which he left at the campsite while we were hiking, lifts up his head and starts growling at the woods. I'm watching that side because we were both keeping an eye on each other's blind sides. When I look over to where the dog was growling, I see flickering in the woods. These woods are about 50 feet from our current location, so I let him know about it. Now we're both staring at this flickering in the woods, and we realize that it looks similar to the beam of his flashlight, and it's going on and off like it was signaling us. I then realized that the forest was silent again. We just sat there and watched it, because screw investigating something weird like that. It stopped 15 minutes later. A while after that, my friend decided that he needed to get some sleep, because he would be driving back the next day, and I said all right and bid him good night. I was going to stay up and patrol a bit, so I do. It was cold as heck out there though, and I was armed with nothing but a flashlight and a small axe. By 4:50 a.m., nothing else had happened, but it wasn't until the next day that the idiot kid came back. He hadn't come from his tent either. He just walked right out of the woods, as if he'd been there all night, doing God knows what. Someone told him to get in one of the cars, and he just went in and sat there, while some other people had to pack up his stuff for him. No one else seemed to notice his weird speaking, because everyone was busy packing their stuff and loading it up. When we got back, I headed home immediately to shower and get some sleep. The next time I would go back for more volunteer work, the kid wasn't there. And the thing was, ever since I'd started volunteering there, the kid was there. The kid had always attended. But not this time, and not one time since. I have no idea what happened to him out in those woods, but I have a feeling that the kid that came out of that forest was not the same kid that went in. Ranger, from Liam. I worked for the Colorado Rangers as a seasonal ranger, and I took my job quite seriously. I had done this many times before, and it was a good way to enjoy the place and the nature around here. I worked around the Rocky Mountain area. Well, it was a cool summer night, and we had a call about some fireworks around the west. I set out and expected for it to just be some kids messing around, but I was wrong, and my life was about to change for the worse. I made it to the campsite, but it was empty by the time I arrived. I looked around the area but could see nothing. Just when I was about to leave, I heard footsteps behind me. I could tell that whoever it was, they were trying to stay hidden. I turned around quickly but saw no one. I began to walk away again. As I'm walking up the small trail, I catch someone in the corner of my eye. I still remember the haunting image in my head. I turn only to see a dark figure that I could only barely make out. The guy was in a hockey mask, wearing a brown coat with a great big axe lifted over his head. After about 10 seconds of a stare-off, he pulled it back further and began to run at me. This guy was about 6'4" and I'm 5'11". Scared, I quickly pulled my pistol, and with one loud bang, he fell over, lifeless, with a wound in his head. I had killed a man. Turns out this may have been a prank. His family was upset and pressed charges, but I got off as it was obviously self-defense. I don't think the kid knew that forest rangers are officially law enforcement and carry weapons. Besides, you shouldn't be playing those types of pranks on people. If you do, you should know that this might happen.
Bad encounter in the Rockies. From Marcus. My two friends, Joanne, Jordy, and I, were hiking outside of Banff National Park. We were going up some mountain that belonged to the Rockies. I don't really remember which. We're all experienced outdoors. There was a little bit of snow underfoot at the time, but it was sunny and bright out. The mountain was real short, yeah, and we were aiming to set up a sleeping area on top. There it was plateaued and flat enough to chill out for a night, but still high with a pretty view. We were probably 100 feet up the mountain when stuff started to seem out of the ordinary. I noticed that the trail had these deep gouges in it, going like a foot or two down into the earth. They were pretty wide too. There were 4 or 5 of them consecutively, and then they stopped. I asked my friends what they were. They just shook their heads. My best guess at the time was some sort of animal dug it out. But they were really big. Seemed dumb a bear would waste that much energy for something so pointless, and I couldn't think of anything else that had the size or power to do it. Plus, these markings must have been new too, because there was no snow at the bottom of them, despite the path being blanketed in it. Whatever, we kept on going. As we went up the mountain, we saw more and more of these gouges, like every 10 meters up the trail. Given their frequency, we thought they may have been natural or part of some development process. But erosion didn't work like that. And what would park workers be doing all the way up here? The markings seemed to be too random to be man-made. Then we began to pick up on this smell. I don't know how to describe it other than mold. It smelled like mildew. Yeah, back when I lived with my parents, our house got flooded. The basement, anyway. The odor was sort of like that, really damp and musky. Jordy could really smell it, and boy was he complaining. But he was right. The smell didn't belong up on a mountain. It made no sense. We were hiking for 20 more minutes when the smell faded. So did the weird dugouts in the dirt. Stuff was back to normal, pretty much. The sun was starting to hit the horizon, so we picked up the pace a little. Keep in mind, we had big packs filled with food, water, and our sleeping bags, so we were going kind of slow still. After a while, close to 700 feet up the small mountain, we made it to the area we were going to set up camp at. Once again, though, the mildewy smell seemed to return, like it was waiting for us. And again we found one of those weird holes. This time it was a lot bigger. Circular. It sat right in the middle of the plateau. The only reason we thought it was related to the ones from before was because there was no snow inside, telling us it had to have been made recently. It wasn't too cold up on the top. The mountain ranged up, connecting to others. Just next to the plateau, there was a forest that climbed the ever taller range of the Rockies. Because of the trees, there really wasn't much wind or anything. But Jordy and Joanne still went into the stretch of woods to grab material for a fire. It was late autumn after all. You should note that the two were a couple, so when they took a little bit to return, I wasn't concerned. I was still just focused on setting up the campsite. Normally, we'd construct a pit with a few stones to line the fire and reflect the heat, but this time I didn't bother. I thought the strange dugout in the middle of the plateau would serve as a perfect fire pit. My friends finally came back, both with their hands full of kindling and logs. Something I noticed was that Joanne was real quiet. Ordinarily, she'd be telling jokes or something, but she wasn't speaking at all. When we piled the wood into the pit, I realized the mildew smell had gotten stronger. I asked them if they could smell it too, and Jordy said yes. He mentioned it was darn strong in the forest. I then supposed it was the pieces of wood they brought back. Maybe it was rotted or something. But no, the fire burned great. The strange hole was honestly perfect for it. We heated our food, and it was fine. We could still smell the mold even over the fire, but it wasn't a huge issue. The sun set, but we were still cozy in our insulated sleeping bags. I think we went to bed around 9. Joanne was obviously upset about something. She barely said a word that night. Sometime later, I woke up to shuffling. I sat up in my sleeping bag. The fire was out, so I grabbed my phone and turned on the light. To my surprise, both my friends were gone. I got up, slipping on my boots. I was still fully dressed because of where we were. I called out their names and I kept shining the phone around the campsite. Their sleeping bags were still there, but they were empty. But their shoes were gone. Their backpacks weren't, though. After a minute or two of calling, Jordy suddenly ran out of the woods back into the campsite. He was out of breath and panicked. He shouted, "Joanne's gone!" I was confused. A pit started to form in my stomach. "What do you mean? Where?" Jordy told me that he had awakened to find Joanne staring at him, standing directly over him, breathing heavily. He asked her if something was wrong. She smiled, and that's when she spoke, but it was like she was using a different language, because he couldn't understand it. She then took off into the woods bordering the campsite. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't manage. When he heard me calling, he came back to camp. I relit the fire because stuff didn't feel right, and I wanted as much light as possible. Then we took the larger flashlights we had in our bags and headed into the woods in hopes of finding her. Something really wasn't making sense, though. Jordy was too caught up in adrenaline worried about his girl, and I was too, to an extent. Still, I couldn't help thinking about how the whole situation was botched. Why the heck would she run into the woods pitch black like that? And the stuff about the words he couldn't understand, it was freaking me out. Above that, though, as we entered the forest, the smell of mildew was incredibly strong. It added to my queasiness. It clung to the air like it was a perfume sprayed just a few seconds ago. We were about 20 feet in, still walking quickly. We were calling her name, shining our lights around like mad. And then she responds, "Over here." It sounded like she was close by, off to our left. I shined the light over there, but didn't see anything. Jordy follows up with his light, but we still don't see smack. Keep in mind the moldy smell is still strong, overpowering almost. Then Joanne called to us again, only this time she was on the other side of us, the complete other direction. We both glanced at each other, wondering how the heck she was able to do that. We shined our lights again, and who would have guessed? Nothing was there. It felt as if we were being played with. This went on for maybe 3 minutes. Joanne would keep taunting us from different areas of the woods, and we'd look, but no one would be there. Jordy got real fed up, cursing at her to stop playing.
At one point, he ran to where he heard the voice, and still we didn't see a glimpse of her. After that, everything changed. There was this big whoosh sound, like a giant gust of air just blew through the entire forest, and then this laughing started. It sounded like Joanne at first, only we couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. It was as if it was coming from all around us. To this day, I've never experienced anything like it. A few seconds in, it changed from Joanne's voice. It was like the second voice picked up, deep and throaty. It was really strained. You could almost call it masculine, but it was more animal than human. They were both laughing in unison before it picked up into a scream. It was ear-splitting, like a horse and a girl screaming together from every single direction. So me and Jordy booked it. The only reason we knew which way to go was because of the fire. We sprinted right back into the camp, and as soon as we got out of the tree line, it stopped. It was there 1 minute and gone the next. We were freaking out. Joanne was still in the woods. Some real bad stuff was going on. We were up on a mountain in the middle of nowhere, and it was pitch black outside. We just sat behind the fire, trying to think of something. We didn't even bother trying to rationalize it. We were both terrified. After a few minutes, Jordy manned up. He grabbed a little hunting knife he had in his backpack. It wasn't big enough to ward off a coyote, let alone whatever the heck that thing screaming at us was, but he wanted to get Joanne. So I followed him. I don't even know what we were thinking. We strutted back up to the forest, him with his knife, me with my flashlight, preparing for some duel of legend with whatever the heck had been messing with us. The moldy odor stunk so bad as we walked back up to the woods. The air got tenser and tenser, and finally, just as we were going to enter the tree line,
Jordy?
It was Joanne's voice again. I shined the light to where I heard it, not expecting to see anything. But, to our relief, there she was. She was dirty and freezing. All she had on was her inner layers. Her jacket and cargo pants and boots were missing. She walked out of the woods to us, hugging her boyfriend. And he was all, "What the heck happened? Why were you messing around in the woods? Where are your clothes?" She couldn't answer at all, like she had no memory of it. So we brought her back to camp, and I gave her the other jacket I had in my bag. All things considered, she seemed okay. We talked it out, and she didn't remember anything. The last thing she recalled was her and Jordy going into the woods to grab some firewood. She said she thought she heard his voice from up a little way and walked over. But that's it. The next thing she knew, she woke up in the woods in the middle of the night, and she saw us with the flashlight and called out to us. She didn't remember the cat and mouse game or the laughing, screaming stuff, and she was totally sure she never went back to camp, never had dinner with us. She proved it too. She was starving and ate almost all the rest of the food we had packed. The rest of the night we took turns standing guard. I worked most of the night as my friends slept. I kept the fire burning brighter than the sun, let me tell ya. Nothing weird happened. The only thing was I kept hearing branches snap out in the trees. No screaming though, no weird figures, nothing too bad. I went to bed around 3 when Jordy got back up to keep watch. I slept a few hours. As soon as it was dawn and we had the tiniest amount of daylight to work with, we booked it back down the mountain. We were all so tired, and the hike was really awkward for Joanne because she had to make do with a pair of running shoes. But we made it down. I can't say for sure what happened that night. Maybe Joanne was possessed, or maybe it wasn't even her at all. All I can think of is how quiet and alien she seemed to us that night as she ate and hung around the fire with us. There's one last note I'll end it on.
When everything was settled and we were back at the hotel we were staying at before the hike, Jordy told me that during his watch, he was about to nod off when movement caught his eye. He focused, and just at the edge of the trees right beyond the light of the fire, he saw Joanne. She was waving at him. It was what looked like Joanne anyway, but the Joanne we had found was in her sleeping bag right by his feet. As he turned to confirm she was still sleeping, he looked back up and into the woods, but whatever it was, had vanished, gone without a trace. By the way he put it, it almost felt as if he was messing with me, but I can't be sure. Warrakin, around Glacier Lake. From Bilbo, 1776. As a younger man, I enjoyed hiking through many of the surrounding mountains of Montana that I grew up close to. The Beartooth Mountains are just one of the many segments to the Rocky Mountains, known for the massive peak in the middle of the range that looks like a giant bear's tooth. I was 16 when I and a few friends of mine decided to take a week and go for a bit of backpacking excursion to Glacier Lake and hike all the way back to Sheep and Goat Lakes. There were 4 of us. I will call the brothers Little G and Big G, as both names of course start with G's, and my other friend M. We all had our army surplus backpacking setups, a one-man canvas army tent, our big backpacks that carried everything from MREs to our clean socks and underwear, all amounting to about 25 pounds of food and clothing for each of us, save for me who had the cooking equipment. The first day went very well. It was the perfect time of year to take our time picking some sweet currant and huckleberries while we hiked. The trail going up the mountain is rather steep. A few hours later, we made it the 4.5 miles to the first lake. We decided to set up camp off the beaten path to the north side of the lake. We looked around for a bit, finding a good space that was relatively flat. We pitched our tents as the sun dipped behind the mountain, and the whole valley behind us grew dark in its shadow. That night we broke out our favorite MREs, mine being chili with beans. We decided to finally turn in after stoking the fire high and making sure to store our food packs in a tree. Little G said he would stay up for a bit. He wanted to make himself a walking staff out of a straight branch he had found. That night, I believe around 3 a.m., I woke up to a branch breaking. I listened for a moment, but I didn't hear anything. I then realized I had to pee really bad. Promptly, I extracted myself from the small tent, and forgetting about the sound that woke me, I stepped just past the tree line around the camp. Now that I was possibly in the most compromising position a guy can be in, and after the relief rushed over me, I immediately felt like I was being watched. I quickly finished up and backtracked real fast to the camp. Getting back into camp, I threw a new log on the fire, all while looking around me. I still just felt as if something was off. Little G had fallen asleep next to the fire and woke up when I put the log in. He looked at me a little bit funny, then promptly fell back to sleep, using his pack as a pillow. I thought about fully waking him, but I felt too darn silly, thinking I was just spooking myself. The fire began to blaze back to life and lit up the surrounding area well at this point. I sat down, my back to my tent, and added another log. I reached into my pack, checking for my pistol, berating myself for not just strapping the thing on at the start of the hike. Feeling more safe and confident with the fire now alive and well, and my pistol at my side, I slowly fell back into slumber. I awoke with the light of the sun just starting to blanket the landscape. Sitting up and looking around, adding a log to the fire pit, hoping some coals were left to restart it, I froze. I had caught something in the dim light, just outside the camp, moving in the underbrush. I slowly looked up, searching and straining my eyes. Seemingly materializing out of the shadows, I see a mostly featureless large animal creeping through the trees. I grab my truck keys, which have a small light on the chain, and click it on, searching for my headlamp with my hand in my pack. The small keychain LED light did not do much to reveal the features of the creature, other than to reveal that it was a dark furred animal, and all I saw was what I believed to be the back legs of it, before it suddenly disappeared behind some brush. I found my headlamp and put it on, and with it lit up, I looked and now saw nothing. I walked to the edge of camp, looking in the trees and underbrush and seeing nothing. I woke up little G, telling him what just happened. In a few minutes, with more sunlight reaching the area and everyone waking up, we discussed what it might be and just reaffirmed that no one was to go away from the group. Most animals never would attack a group of people, especially if the animal was on their own. The next 2 days went by without a problem. We hiked, we fished, set up camp, slept well, only now we had a watchman. The third night came about, and it was my turn to take the first 3 hours of the night watch. We had gathered far more wood since the first night, so we could keep the fire going without needing to search for more. I settled in and began stripping the bark from a stick I'd found to keep myself busy, throwing the kindling into a pile as the night slowly went on. About 2 hours into my watch, around 10 o'clock, I hear once again the snapping of a twig. I turn towards the sound, flipping on my headlamp. There was nothing there again. I scanned the rest of the surrounding forest and the trees and towards the underbrush and then sat back down. The rest of the watch went smoothly, not hearing or seeing anything else. I traded out with Big G and told him what I'd heard. I fell asleep quickly and woke up to the sunlight bathing the land. Another day of exploring around Goat and Sheep Lake and beginning a longer trek back to Glacier Lake, all of which was uneventful, outside of seeing some other wildlife, like a group of mountain sheep far off on the side of a taller mountain and some rock chucks. That night, however, would change that. That night, I had second watch from 11 to 2 a.m. M had the first watch and had not seen anything, and by the time he was already asleep, it must have been about 12. I was sharpening my knife as it had dulled from my nights of turning sticks into kindling. The scrape of my wet stone was loud in the relatively quiet forest. Crickets chirped, some cicadas were making their noise. Then, some of that noise went silent. Not all of it, as I could still hear the cicadas thrumming away. I didn't think much of it, just looked around for a minute and went back to my sharpening. A few minutes later, I look up to find eyes on me. Eyes that were hungry. Eyes I had never looked into the likes of before. Quickly, I went for my pistol, dropping my sharpening stone and gripping my knife in a ready-to-stab stance. This creature was weird. It was like some kind of dog-wolf, large yet shaped a bit like a buffalo, with the front legs and shoulder bigger and longer, and the back legs shorter. The head was like an elongated egg shape, almost like that of an English bull terrier, only slimmer to the tip. But the whole animal had long, pitch-black hair at its back that faded to gray, and then a deep red-orange under its head to its chest, and larger than any wolf I'd ever seen in pictures. We sat there for what seemed like an age, staring each other down, me with the intent to only shoot if it moved closer, and its amber eyes looking into me, letting me know it saw me like a juicy steak, as the firelight slowly dimmed away to coals. I finally dared to move, and kicked another log over to the fire, a few sparks flying, keeping my eyes on the beast. It also decided to begin to move then, pacing shortly around the left side of the fire, but not getting closer. It growled then, and what a sound. It both put fear into the air and sounded like a purr, even with the deep gurgle one would expect from such a big creature. For a moment I wondered if I had made a mistake in not shooting first and asking questions later, and that's when it lurched towards me. I instinctively leapt over the fire to the opposite side as it came closer, and I pulled the trigger, and somewhat disjointedly I heard myself yelling like a madman. A very weird sound reverberated through the air then, and a bit of a sick feeling rolled over me.
It had been a good shot, at least to the point that it had hit the animal, and it made the sound of a surprised, twisted scream of a child mixed with a dog in pain. It then bolted away and was gone. About this time, I turned to look and found that 2 of the 3 others had pretty much ripped themselves out of their tents, and Big G was struggling with extracting themselves in a panic from a sleeping bag like their lives depended on it, all of them cursing and looking at me like I was a crazed lunatic, questioning away about what the heck that was. I turned, ignoring them, looking with my headlamp around the forest frantically, but it was gone. I finally got them all to be quiet by yelling, "Shut up!" I took one more look through the brush and forest around us. Looking to where I'd aimed to shoot, I found no blood. There was, however, a great amount of pine needles and dirt scattered everywhere, as though something had torn at the ground to leap away with all the force it had. Claw marks dug in deeply. The others joined me in looking at the spot, returning to their questioning but more subdued. After telling them what I saw, we were all up the rest of the night. We packed up camp as soon as the dawn began to light up the area, and we left that mountain. We reported the account to a forest ranger I knew, and we never heard more about it. He said he didn't know what it could have been, other than some wild dog. But through my own research, I have a feeling we had been followed for days by a very well-fed Shunka Warakin, a wild wolfhound species that many natives spoke of in their folklore, the translation being carrying off dogs, as this creature apparently specialized in the old days in coming into native camps and taking their dogs for a meal. I wouldn't say this creature that is still classified as a cryptid, even though evidence has been clearly found of its existence, is any more dangerous than a wolf, though in my opinion it looks far more frightening. I hope this is a reminder for everyone. Keep your friends close and a gun closer. Stay in groups when adventuring in the wilderness. We, after all, aren't always at the top of the food chain, without our numbers and technology. Chased in the Rockies. From A Piece of Pie. The story I'm about to tell you takes place from 1995 to 1998. When I was a teen, it was a traumatic time for me. I don't talk about it much. Me, my mom, and her new husband had just moved to a nice cabin in the Rockies, so it was secluded and big. We had 2 neighbors down the dirt road, but other than that, it was private. It was the only good thing about this time in my life. I could take a walk and forget about leaving my home in Denver with all my friends, just to live with my stepdad, who at the time I hated, even though he tried to connect with me as a father figure. I didn't care though. I was angry and mad that I didn't have a say in any of this. After a few months, I got used to things. I did start to like the place, and every morning before school I would take walks around the place, admiring its beauty. However, one night I was heading back from an after-school walk when I heard someone say my name. "Johnny, come here." It was like my mom's voice, but distorted. I wasn't far from the cabins, so I assumed maybe she was calling out for me, and it just sounded weird. So I rushed home, but once the house was in view, I stopped. I noticed the sound was still going, and it was angry now. "Johnny, come here now." I knew then that the voice was not my mom's. It was too loud and strange. Just then, I could have sworn I heard crunching leaves behind me, but by the time I turned around, nothing was there. I ran off quickly. When I made it home, just in case, I asked my mom if she was yelling my name, but she said no. After that, I was shaken up enough and decided to not go too far on my walks for a while. A few weeks later, I began to explain away the incident. I soon felt brave enough to start walking my usual path again. Of course, this time I brought a large stick with me, and I would walk with my friend Brock, who lived down the road, as often as I could. One day we were walking on the weekend.
We were talking about school and hunting when we began to hear whispers. This frightened us, so we ran the rest of the way. We spent the rest of the evening playing my new PlayStation. Brock would be sleeping over. At dinner time, we started to eat dinner in the dining room. My dad was running late from work, so we ate without him. At one point, Brock whispered to me, "So are we going to talk about those whispers?" My mom overheard, so we had to explain to her about these whispers we heard. When we were done, she seemed concerned, but we didn't talk about it. Soon we saw my dad's truck pull in. When he got out, I heard him say hello to me. The funny thing is, I wasn't even out there. I was confused. When he came inside and saw me, his heart dropped. He looked at me and looked at the door and opened it and screamed. He explained that he saw a figure at the basketball hoop in our front yard, and he thought it was me. He was very much shaken up about it. When I looked out there again, I saw it running away, he explained. He ended up keeping watch of the woods for a while with his rifle, and he even called the neighbors and Brock's parents to watch out. We went to bed, except for my stepdad, who stayed up with his rifle. Later in life, he told me what he saw. These were his exact words. "Around 12, I saw the thing. It was tall and skinny with hollow black eyes. I aimed my gun at it. I thought about firing, but by the time I lined up the shot, it was gone." A few times I would hear it calling for me, saying my name. My mom later admitted she would hear the same thing, hers and my dad's names being called. It stopped after a few months, then went back again. After a while, I realized it would do it for the first 2 weeks in a month. So for those 4 months, every week I didn't go for walks. In 1998, I was heading for college soon. My stepdad, who I'd finally liked now, was working in the garage. It was getting late. It was the last week of February, so I assumed that thing was away at the moment, hunting or whatever it does. My dad said to me, "Hey, can you hand me the bolts?" I handed them to him. He was working on my mom's car, swearing and cursing at it. I helped him until we heard a knock on the garage door. Then something on the other side called our names loudly. My dad, in a hurry, yelled at it and told me, "Get the guns now." I quickly went to retrieve the guns. We made sure they were loaded and ready. We ran out the front door to surprise it. In the dark, I saw it. There was no fur on it. It was skinny and bony, and it looked at us. We fired, but I missed, probably from shaking so much. It ran away though, and we pursued it into the forest. We chased it, firing at it but never hitting it. We kept going until we couldn't see it anymore, and by then it was very dark. Then, suddenly, I heard, "Johnny, Johnny." We ran home. It tried to trap us by making us follow its voice, but I saw it running after us and my dad fired at it again. I think we hit it this time. The thing slowed down enough for us to get away. When home, we explained what happened to my mother, who nearly had a heart attack when she had heard the gunshots and screaming. Later on, when we were cleaning our guns, my dad made a joke about it, trying to calm the tension. I miss him. He made things better. I wish I was grateful for him sooner. He was the first father figure I had. When he passed away in 2012, my mom sold the place and moved back to Denver. I visit her still. We don't talk about that thing anymore, but we do talk about my dad. I miss him so much, but one thing I don't miss was that place. I'll always remember the horror of living there. The Howler, from Sneeves0426. Hi, my name is Sam, and I live in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. I've lived here all my life, and I've been hunting in these mountains since I was a boy with my father. I'm also a heavy believer in the supernatural and in cryptids. Dogmen, Bigfoot, skinwalkers, and Wendigo. These have gotten me intrigued in the superstitious. But here in Arkansas we have a legend, and I'm sure you've heard of a legend here, and let me tell you, this legend is very, very real. This is the story of my encounter with the infamous Ozark Howler. It was a cold, misty night in the mountains of the Ozark landscape. My father and I were gathering some firewood for the family. We lived in a cabin that we built ourselves, with my dad being brought up in these mountains by my grandfather, and his by my great-grandfather. Our family consisted of my stepmother and my 2 younger siblings. I was the oldest of my 2 siblings. I'm currently 21 and own a couple of firearms, but back then we hunted with an 1870 antique Winchester repeater and a Krag Jorgensen rifle, or better known as the bolt-action rifle that was passed down by my grandfather and was used to hunt game back when trapping was a big thing in the States. Now, we use these weapons as a token of our appreciation to our ancestors. I also use a standard hunting knife and a crossbow whenever I go hunting. We go out hunting often, and we haven't seen much this past winter. We'd see the occasional bear or the occasional mountain lion, but not many deer this season, which was odd, as they are abundant in these mountains. While we were gathering some firewood outside, we heard a howl in the distance. I've heard these howls before, and mostly I assume it to be some coyotes, a fox, or maybe a lone cougar. It was also much colder than normal this night, and as we were chopping the firewood, my father looked at me with sweat dripping down his face. He said, "How's it going over there, champ?" I responded, "Just fine, Dad. It's a lot colder than normal tonight. What do you say we go hunting for game soon? The kids are probably hungry."
"Yeah, I think we should. We don't want to keep the family waiting."
So we went on inside the cabin to gather our weapons. I took my Winchester repeater and my crossbow, and my father took his Krag Jorgensen rifle and his pump-action shotgun. We let my stepmom know we were going to go hunting. Then we set off into the cold, wintry night. We decided to take a trail that was all too familiar to us, to see if we could catch ourselves a big buck or a doe, which would be lucky for us. I was walking through the snow, listening closely to anything that could be lurking in these woods. Luckily, it was a clear night, and the moon was full, so I could see ahead of me. In these mountains, we had all sorts of encounters ranging from bison to cougars, but this time it felt different. The woods were eerily quiet. I felt like something was watching me from the tree line. All I could hear was the beating of my heartbeat and the sounds of our footsteps in the snow. And then we heard it, a loud, very eerie howl that made my blood go cold. I tried to focus on where the sound came from. I looked over at my father, and even he seemed to be on edge. I asked him, "What do you think that was?"
"I don't know, son, but I think we should keep it quiet and see if we can down a deer for dinner."
I noticed his hands were trembling, but it was a good sight to see that he wanted to keep going. So I went along with him. You see, my dad is fearless, and he's quite a strong man. From what I know, no one would want to mess with him, and to see him want to continue our hunt was a good sign. I kept on listening closely to the sounds that surrounded us as the forest became alive again. Soon, I heard something to our left, and up ahead I saw a deer come into the clearing. It was a buck with a very nice set of antlers. He seemed to have not noticed us yet. I quickly but quietly got my crossbow out because I didn't want to frighten the deer. I loaded the crossbow, took aim at the heart of the big buck, and fired. I saw it pierce through the skin of the buck as he tried to run away with the arrow stuck to his heart. We followed the blood trail to the now injured deer as it was letting out cries of pain. I took out my hunting knife and with an act of mercy, I put it down. After that, we heard something to the right of us. I looked down into the tree line to see if anything was there. and I heard a low, deep, guttural growl. I froze in fear. Whatever it was sounded intimidating. But it was odd, as in Arkansas, the largest animals around here were bison or bears. Whatever this thing was did not sound like any predator that hunts in the region. My dad picked up the carcass of the dead deer and put it on his shoulders. He signaled me to follow. As we were making our way back to the cabin, I kept hearing heavy footsteps follow us every few meters. I kept looking around to see if I could catch a glimpse of what it was, and then I saw it. To the left of me, I saw a huge shape moving slowly next to us. It was gigantic. It looked like a grizzly bear to me, but it's odd to see anything this big in these woods. I signaled my dad to look. He turned around and saw it as well and said quietly to me, "Stay close to me. As long as we stay quiet and move quietly, we'll be okay." I nodded my head. We began to sneak our way back to the cabin. We managed to make it back in about 15 minutes. Both my dad and I were on edge as we moved back to the cabin. Along the way, we heard the occasional growl and howl, as it seemed to be taunting us. As we moved into the clearing near the cabin, I heard a booming set of footsteps behind me. I turned around to see the same creature, except this time, I could see it clearly. It did look like a grizzly bear, but with horns and eyes glowing a bright crimson blood red. My dad and I screamed as we ran back to the cabin. We made it just in time to close the door, as whatever the creature was hit the door with brute force. My dad began to panic, placing the deer down and rushing the kids and my stepmother upstairs. I kept on hearing this creature scratching at the door, and every so often it tried to break the door down. It roared so loud my ears began to ring. I decided I was going to try to scare it away. I went upstairs to my bedroom window, opened it up, and got my Winchester ready. I had the massive beast in my sights as I fired at it. After I hit it, it let out a roar and ran back into the woods with the earth shaking behind its every step. Everything went quiet again after that. I ran downstairs and looked outside to see nothing but large footprints in the snow. I opened the door and looked at the damage the creature caused, and all I saw were huge scratch marks. I then went to the footprints left by the creature, and to my surprise, there was no blood, even though I'm sure I shot it. It was only after this event that I discovered the legend of the Ozark Howler. Occasionally, we do hear its howl at night, but my dad and I have learned to respect it. I haven't seen the beast to this day, but Ozark Howler, let's never meet again. The Forest, from John J. I live in a house in Oklahoma, out in the Ozarks. In my time here, since I moved here in 2005 so me and my wife could live close to her parents, I've encountered many things, whether it be supernatural or not. I've seen flashing lights zip through the sky and heard strange howls during morning hikes. Just last week, when my wife drove to the store in town with our 2 kids, they saw huge muddy prints on the porch when they got back. And when she got inside, the dogs were shaken. But the scariest encounter I had was when my brother was visiting us from Utah. He, his wife, and their 3 kids stayed for the week. It was supposed to be a fun week of hiking, hunting, and fishing on our vast property. Our fairly big house was packed with 5 kids and 4 adults, so it's safe to say outside time was much less stressful for me. Nothing happened the first 3 nights, but on the 4th, things started to feel off. When me, my brother, my son, and his eldest son went hunting, something felt weird. I walked faster and faster until I realized I was jogging slowly and I was ahead of our group. Everyone asked why I was rushing like that. I just responded by saying, I don't want to get to the spot too late, that's all. Deep down, I knew I was scared of something watching us. I swear I could hear breathing outside our own. We got to our spot that was perfect for hunting. It was on the far side of the property, so there were more deer here. 3 hours later, and we had nothing. It was getting dark and my son and nephew were bored, so they began to skip rocks in the creek. It was then when we realized the whole time it was very quiet. It was so silent, it was weird and scary to us. My brother made an excuse that we should go home to eat, so we began to walk back, defeated. In front of us as we walked back home, we began to hear a crunch in the woods, and a yell so loud it couldn't be human. It sounded like a screaming girl and a bear mixed into one. I tried to tell myself it was just a mountain lion, but just then, I saw it. A large creature ran across the path. I fell back in shock. The thing had long fur, and it was big like a bear with glowing eyes. I would have said it was a bear, but the horns on it told me otherwise. I tried to think of what it was, but I mainly saw its face and some of the body. We ran home, but I kept telling myself it was a ram or something, but deep down, I knew what I saw was a monster. We were almost home when we heard something running behind us along the trail. It was so fast, we nearly had no time to react. We jumped out of the way, and my brother tried to take a shot at it. I fired at it as well, but the creature ran away into the forest. We recovered quickly and ran inside the house, unaware that everyone else was watching from the back porch after hearing the gunshots. We ran inside, locking the doors and closing the windows, all while trying to explain the situation to everyone in there. My youngest niece, who was only 8 at the time, freaked out. She ran to her older brothers and my kids. Together, they all huddled up scared. My eldest son held his rifle tightly while shaking. After a while, we all sat at the couch trying to forget by watching some TV and playing board games after dinner. But we couldn't think clear. We were all just listening for any sudden moves outside. Our 3 dogs were also scared out of their minds. Even the 2 big ones who stay outside were in here after my daughter protested the idea of them sleeping out there with that monster near us. As the evening progressed, one by one, everyone went to sleep, until the adults were the only ones awake. We played poker and drank coffee until about 11:30, when our dogs went ballistic, barking and jumping and running around, waking everyone. Then we heard a crashing sound from the shop outside. We all were terrified. We grabbed our guns, which were at the ready, and ran out there. My son and nephew were in pursuit behind us. We fired towards the shop, and then crash, it came running out. We all fired at it, a rain of bullets hitting it, yet the creature didn't fall. My brother shot at it too. He knows he hit the side of it. It ran off making noises that sounded like it was running out of air. We all froze. Soon after, my wife and sister-in-law called in my son and nephew. My brother and I decided to see where the thing had went. With our blood pumping, we tracked it, but the tracks quickly ended at one of the creeks on our property. We went back to clean up the shop mess. I was beginning to calm down until I saw the mess of my tools all across the floor, and the old truck I'd been trying to restore had been dented. We cleaned up what we could, then we went inside to sleep, all the while hearing the howls again. That really scared me, but the howls were different. It sounded hurt and sad. Soon the howls were more distant. I almost felt bad for it, but then I remembered that it tried to kill me and my family, and it ruined months of work on that old truck. The next morning was normal, and we didn't mention it. That morning, I went down the dirt road leading to my neighbor's. I asked him if he'd heard anything last night. He said, "Yeah," in a shaky voice. He then pointed to a hole in the ground. "That thing killed my dog." We talked for a little while. He explained the creature came around 9 o'clock and attacked his dog. He scared it away with a shotgun, but it was too late. I went back home once we were done talking to fix up my shop some more and break the news to my daughter that the neighbor's dog, who she was fond of, had died. The next few days were normal. I thought of the events of that night less and less, and when my brother's family left, things went back to normal. Before I knew it, my week off from work was over. As the years went by, I forgot about the thing more and more, until now, 5 years later, because my brother is coming to visit again in a few weeks with the family. I was happy for a little bit, thinking about being with my brother and my son who's coming back from college for winter break. And then I was reminded about that night. It was years ago, but thinking about it gives me chills. I guess the upside is that it's going to make a good conversation near the fire when they do get here. A Haunted High School in the Ozarks, from J.D. A coworker told me this unforgettable story about his time in high school. I'm going to write this from his perspective. Central High School in Springfield, Missouri is haunted. I know what you're thinking. Every kid says their school is haunted. But my story is different. I saw it. Central was actually the first high school in Springfield. The original brick building with its tower still stands, but has now expanded with many new wings. We'd all heard the stories about the steam tunnels that connected the buildings and the supposed hangings, but far more compelling was the story of the deadly principal who would whip troublesome students to death. That would have happened long ago when Springfield was a small town and not the Queen City of the Ozarks. We had heard the rumors, the stories that were likely exaggerated, but being high schoolers, we knew we had to do one thing: be at the school late at night. I was the one who came up with the idea that we needed to join the drama class. They were preparing a performance of South Pacific, and as I explained to my group of friends, the way to get in would be to join the class as stagehands, stay to clean up after the performance, and then just stay. And that was what we did. Well, only a couple of us actually got onto the crew, but after everyone else had left, letting the others in was simple. We split up into 3 pairs, myself and Sarah, Rich and Paul, and Michelle and Dan. We didn't have flashlights, and this was before we had cell phones, but the moonlight from the windows and the familiarity of the halls allowed us to get around the school very easily. After about an hour, we began to think perhaps the stories were just stories. We began to make our way to the gymnasium. We started to compare experiences, but everyone said the same thing. They hadn't seen anything nor heard anything strange. And that's when a chair flew across the gym and slammed into the wall. "What the heck?" I gasped before I saw something else. Swarms of glittering little things crawling across the floor. They were cockroaches. We'd see cockroaches in the gym on occasion, but usually 1 or 2, not hundreds. "Let's get out of here," yelled Michelle, and we hurried to the nearest exit, a stairway leading up to the 2nd floor. It wasn't until we got upstairs that we realized that going upstairs probably wasn't the best course of action, but the cockroaches didn't seem to follow us there. As we stood next to a classroom, catching our breath, we heard loud footsteps down the hall. All of us backed up against the wall, trying to let whatever this was just pass by. As the loud, plodding footsteps came nearer, our tension grew higher. "Oh, screw this," Rich said, and he ran into a classroom, Sarah following quickly after him. The door slammed shut behind them. "Guys!" I called. I almost didn't notice that the footsteps had stopped. Suddenly, we heard them scream and something slammed against the wall. And then something else hit it. They kept on screaming. Paul pulled at the door, but the handle was stuck. Finally, after a few minutes of them screaming and something hitting the wall, it opened. We entered the classroom. All the desks and chairs were knocked over and some had clearly been hitting the walls. How they'd gone that far was a mystery, as they were pretty heavy. We found Sarah crouched in a corner crying and babbling incoherently, a puddle of moisture underneath her. Rich, on the other hand, was stumbling toward the window. "Get him!" I called, and Dan ran towards Rich, grabbing him. "Let me go. Just let me jump. Let me die," Rich cried. "Guys, this is enough," I said. "We need to get out of here." Michelle and Paul helped Sarah up, and helping Dan with Rich, we made our way back into the hall. As we stepped into the hallway, all at once, all the doors slammed shut. Then they all opened again and slammed again. "Screw this," Michelle yelled, and she and Paul began hurrying down the stairs, supporting Sarah between them. Dan ran after them, and I pulled Rich after me. The cockroaches downstairs had seemingly dispersed as we made our way to the nearest exit. Pushing at the door, nothing seemed to happen. "Come on, push it!" Michelle yelled, and Paul, Dan, and I struck the door together, forcing it open. We pulled Sarah and Rich outside, and as we made our way to the cars, we heard the door behind us slam shut. Dan helped Rich to his car while Michelle and Paul brought Sarah to the car they'd arrived in. As for me, I ran to my own car. As I was about to climb inside, I happened to look back at the school, looking at the tower. There, in the top room, was a window. And very clearly, I could see the outline of someone looking out the window directly at us as we made our escape. It was then I realized the most horrifying thing of all, that we knew there was something in the high school. It knew we knew, and we had to go back to class on Monday. Encounter with a Bear, from LaDonna Steele. This happened in 2015 in November. We had bought a piece of land in Highland, Arkansas. For those of you who don't know Arkansas, Highland is between Ash Flat and Hardy near the Missouri border, just under Thayer. It is extremely rugged and woody, with jagged cliffs and hills that would make a billy goat say ouch. Well, our land hadn't been cleared of trees, vines, or rocks ever. It was as wild as you can get. Plenty of copperhead snakes, too. We set up our tent to stay the night, and got a good-sized fire going. It was a little chilly. As soon as we settled down for the night, it got really nice and quiet. The partial moon was beautiful, just what you camp for. I couldn't sleep, but my husband was out like a light, so I got up and went outside the tent. I tended the fire a bit and whatnot, trying to get sleepy enough. Now, I'm a trucker, so wild things never scare me unless they're bigger than me. I'm 5'2" and about 160 pounds, strong like stocky strong. You have to be strong if you drive a truck, and willing to go the extra mile if you have to. About 1:30 in the morning, I hear something coming through the knee-high leaves. Something big. Humans sound different when they walk through leaves, so do deer. But this was large and bulky, and it didn't care if you heard it or not. Now, me and hubby had only brought a .22 long rifle with us. We hadn't taken into account that we might run into a predator able to kill us. Way too much city living. This thing is completely black and moving like it has no cares in the world. It could see me, but I couldn't see it fully. Fire is a great thing sometimes. What I mean by that is you can't see anything past the glow of the fire. It's like a wall of light and you're blind. It moves past me to my right at exactly 25 feet out, just out of reach of my small, crappy flashlight. Dang it. I think to myself as I'm wanting that spotlight we left at the house, I didn't think we would need something you could flag a 747 down with. I have an iron rod I was stirring the fire with in one hand, the crappy flashlight in the other. Turning to face the invisible stalker as it circles to the rear of our tent, I walk to the sound of its feet going through the leaves. I'm trying to stay away enough to be able to fight it if I had to. I still don't have a clue what it is. My flashlight beam lands on its eyeshine, great blue eyes. I know from hunting deer they have red eyeshine, and most animals have a red or yellow eyeshine. 100% of the time, blue means cows or horses or bears. Now this eyeshine was a brilliant, beautiful blue. So I run at it, saying, "Ha! Ha!" in as deep a voice as I can muster, just a step or two, stomping. It then stands up on its back 2 legs, and I kid you not, it sniffs me. Now real fear is kicking in like a mother. I now know exactly what it is, and we only have a .22. Shaking, I stand my ground, letting it know I will not back down. It walks off into the fallen trees and brush where I have no hope of seeing it for the rest of the night. That's right, it stayed out of sight, but it stayed there making sounds like sniffing and grunting all night until it was almost dawn. I guess that's the best I've been scared of any animal on Earth. I think all he wanted was the hamburgers we bought, as fast food is a weakness of most bears. I thank God he didn't want those stupid things enough to maul me to death. Do not bring food on overnights in the Ozarks, people. It ain't worth your life. The following story is from an episode from last year, titled 5 Scary Stories to Fall Asleep To. It matches this theme, so I've decided to add it. They told me they'd leave you alone. From Pity K. They told me they'd leave you alone. I remembered this story when I was driving home late the other night, and just thinking about it really creeped me out. This didn't happen to me, but I did hear it from my ex-girlfriend's grandma years ago about a friend of hers. We'll call her Grandma Z. Z worked as a therapeutic masseuse at a spa in a nice little town in northwest Arkansas. To give you a bit of an idea of what kind of person Z was, she lived in a little stone cottage with a shrine to a Hindu holy man as its centerpiece, and she carried pipe tobacco in her Volvo to sprinkle on roadkill. Now, she claimed it was a Native American ritual to help ferry the animal's spirit into the next life, or something along those lines. She was a nice enough woman, but obviously a bit eccentric. That being said, she seemed sincere and a little more than creeped out when she told us her story. Another masseuse that Z was close to at the spa, I'll call her M, arrived at work one day in the middle of the week in a haggard state. M was a young woman in her early 30s. She was friendly, and most of the time she had a bubbly personality. But on that day, she was aloof, downcast, and had bags under her eyes. Z noticed this the moment she walked in the door, but with work to do, she waited for a better time to ask M if everything was okay. When lunch came around, Z approached her friend and asked what was wrong. M brushed it off initially, saying that nothing was wrong, that she was simply tired. But Z persisted. M began to tear up then, and started to sob. Z embraced her and told her it was going to be all right, that she could share what was on her mind if she needed to. M's sobs subsided a little, and she began to speak, but then stopped. What she had to say, she told Z, was too crazy, and Z would never believe her. Z told M that she'd be surprised at what she may or may not find believable. So M composed herself a bit, and then began her story. M, her husband, and young son lived in a house about 20 miles outside of town. The house and the property were beautiful, essentially the couple's dream home. It included plenty of acreage nestled in a valley in the Ozark Mountains, and the house had a huge picture window in the living room, overlooking the valley and the forested mountains beyond. The night before, she'd awakened around 3:00 a.m. Nothing had startled her awake, no nightmares, no having to pee, but something had definitely awakened her, something that she wasn't aware of just yet. She lay in bed in the dark for a while, listening in the silence, trying to go back to sleep, but she couldn't. She then carefully rolled out of the bed, trying not to wake her husband, and then she made her way through the dark house to the kitchen for a snack. As she walked through the lightless living room, she looked out of the picture window and froze. There was something standing on the deck just outside, a small silhouette outlined in starlight. She studied the shape in wide-eyed fear as it stood motionless on the deck overlooking the valley. It seemed to be looking up. Her shock turned to concern and confusion when she realized what the figure was. It was her 8-year-old son. She quickly flung the sliding door to the deck open and wrapped the boy in her arms, asking, "Are you okay, honey? What's wrong? What are you doing out here?"
I'm looking at the lights,"
he said. Then he pointed out into the clear night sky. She followed the direction of his finger and saw several orbs of soft red, blue, and orange lights hovering over the valley. They were like bright stars at first, but then they moved slowly, deliberately into a formation. First a line, and then a cross, and then a diamond, and finally something that resembled the Big Dipper. There was nothing natural about their movement. They could not be shooting stars or aircraft. They weren't moving like that. It was like they were some sort of signal, almost as if they were communicating with something or someone. Im released her son from her arms and stood up hypnotized, staring at the lights too, as they changed formations and pulsated from dim to bright and back to dim again. Her son tugged on the hem of her nightshirt and said that he was cold. She broke her trance and took her son quickly by the shoulder, leading him inside impatiently. She slid the door closed behind her and locked it, doing her best not to look back out over the valley. She closed the blinds on the big window in the living room and ushered her son into her bedroom to sleep with her and her husband, with the lights on. Im stopped talking and looked up at Z, who looked back at her with eyes widened in amazement. She began to sob again. "Do you want to hear the really crazy part? The reason why this is so scary?" Z's mouth hung open as she thought about how to respond. Before she could reply, Im continued. Her father was a physicist who'd worked at a government lab in New Mexico. He was never able to tell her what exactly he did for reasons of national security, so to say. While working in the Southwest, he'd fallen in love with the region's harsh but beautiful mountains and desert landscapes. After divorcing Im's mother and retiring early with a handsome government pension, he bought a small ranch in Arizona.
In the summertime, Em, then a young girl, would stay with her father at his ranch. It was a very remote property, part of its allure for him. It was in the foothills of some mountains in the desert, but it had access to a water source, and there was a small pond back behind the ranch house, overgrown with tall cattails. Early in the afternoon one summer day, Em's father left the ranch to run some errands in the nearest town. It was a brutally hot day, and Em did not want to ride in the stifling hot truck, so she begged her father to let her stay so she could swim in the pond. Reluctantly, he agreed. Once her father had left, Em put on her bathing suit and made her way down a small path of hot rocks and sand to the pond behind the house. The sky was almost impossibly blue in the clear, torturous Arizona summer heat. A slight breeze rustled the reeds and scrub brush, but it was otherwise silent, as if all the animal life had perished or gone underground to escape the relentless desert heat. As Em rounded the bank of cattails that obscured the pond from the house, she froze at an unexpected encounter. 3 tall beings were standing on the opposite side of the pond. They were all identical and stood facing her as she came into view, as if they'd been waiting for her. Em couldn't move. Whether that was from pure fear or something else, she couldn't tell. All she could do was stare in horror and disbelief at these things. They stood about 7 feet tall, each one completely indistinguishable from the other, as if they were clones or triplets or mirrored images of each other. They were vaguely humanoid, 2 unusually long and skinny arms that ended in spindly hands with long fingers, 2 long and thin legs, slender, elongated torsos, and skinnier necks. Their heads were long but proportional to the height and build of these things, whatever they were. They had ruddy tan and completely hairless skin, and wore what seemed to be blue skin-tight jumpsuits. But the strangest and most awful aspect of these things were their faces. They were completely featureless save for the eyes. No mouth, no ears, no nose. Just 2 somehow human-looking, but somehow not human-looking, eyes set into the blank tanned plane of their faces, staring dispassionately and motionlessly at him. She blinked once, and soon found herself lying on the floor of her father's living room, right on her back. She was wrapped in the towel she'd taken with her to the pond, as if she'd been swaddled in it. The sun had gotten significantly lower in the sky. She could tell by the way it slanted in through the yellow blinds of the windows at a long angle. She sat up, confused and beginning to panic. She heard the ticking of the old grandfather clock and looked over at it. The time read 5 p.m. She'd somehow lost nearly 3 hours of time. How's that possible? How had she even gotten back to the house? Just as strangely, she was completely dry. Not a bead of sweat had gathered on her, even though her father's house lacked air conditioning and was sickly hot. Her father arrived not long afterward, pulling his truck down the long driveway of the ranch. When he entered the house with his sack of groceries, he found Em in a state of distress. She told him in a panicked frenzy what she'd seen, what had happened to her at the pond, how she'd somehow lost 3 hours of her life. The old physicist stared coldly into the distance, waiting for his daughter to finish the story, then told her, "But they told me they'd leave you alone." Em was shaking and began to cry again. Z held her and she buried her face in Z's arms. "That's why I'm afraid," she said. "I'm afraid that they came back for my son."
I saw something on the New River. From Spirit. This happened a few years back. It was the middle of summer in Virginia in the New River Valley. I was coming home from a party. I had just dropped my sister off at her car and was heading home. I decided to take the river road back to my father's. My town is located in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains. I've lived here for 25 years now, and I know the area, and I'm used to the animals around here. One time there was even a black mountain lion years back, but this story, it honestly makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I feel so uncomfortable just talking about it. Anyway, I crossed the Eggleston Bridge to go down to the river. Then I crossed the railroad tracks to get onto the gravel road. The night was clear, the sky covered in stars as the moon was new that night. The lights from the trailers on the other side of the river lit up the water. I was listening to 94.9 on the radio, relaxing as I had my hand out the window. Traveling halfway down the river, I began to grow slightly uneasy. I looked around as I drove and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Thinking it was my nerves from a few beers I'd had a few hours before, I pulled my hand in and rolled up the window. In doing so, a strange fog began to cover the road ahead. It was honestly too thick at times to see the road, so I had to go slower than I normally would, making me feel even more uncomfortable. As I cut through the first section of fog, a large mass in the road caught my eye. I hit the brakes as I came to a slow stop. I turned on my high beams to illuminate the road ahead, and I saw a large black dog. It looked to be the height of a full-grown German Shepherd. Its fur was as black as the night sky. At first, I didn't think anything weird about it, until I noticed it would not look my direction. It wouldn't even acknowledge my car. Slightly annoyed, I honked my horn at it. As I did, it moved into the brush closest to the water. I kept on driving, feeling a bit freaked out but not necessarily scared. I was thinking it was someone's dog that got loose or was free roaming. In the middle of the mountains, a lot of people don't chain up their dogs. As I passed where the dog had disappeared to, I couldn't help but feel like it was there watching me drive by. I paid this feeling no mind. I believed I was just trying to scare myself over nothing. That was until I made it to the end of the road. Now, at the end of the river road is a small tunnel you have to blow your horn at so people know you're coming. And with that fog, I thought it would be best to flick my lights too, just in case someone was racing down the road, jamming out. That is quite common as the river road is a hotspot for late-night cruising. As I pulled up to the tunnel, I flicked on my high beams, and there I saw the same dog in front of my car again. I slammed on my brakes, making my tires skid slightly in the gravel. I looked at the dog as I turned off my music, feeling a strong, tense feeling in the air. I turned off the radio as I watched it. It did nothing but stand there. Getting annoyed, I went to blow my horn at it again, until it turned to face me. This would be the first time I'd actually see the dog's face, and it did not look like a dog. Its eyes were a bright red. Its top canine stuck out from its muzzle. I froze, with a heavy feeling of dread washing over me. I was petrified, as if I knew I should not move. I don't know how long I was sitting there, but a call from my sister snapped me out of my trance. Quickly, I picked up the phone and continued to watch the dog. Hello?
Hey girl, I was calling to check on you, and also to have you tell my girlfriend that I was with you.
My sister said over the line as I could hear her girlfriend commenting in the background. It took me a moment to respond as I couldn't take my attention off the creature in front of me. Yeah, you were with me, but, Before I could say anything else, her girlfriend screamed at her to get off the phone after hearing my answer. I tried to get her to stay on the line, but sadly she hung up before I could tell her what was happening. I stared at the dog still, and yet it was closer now. I hadn't even noticed it had moved. Quickly, I put my car into reverse, ready to speed off if I had to. But it didn't come any closer. It just stood there between me and the tunnel. It tilted its head slightly as if it was curious about what I was doing. It felt like I was sitting there for hours when it had only been 20 minutes, and as quickly as the dog appeared, it vanished into the thicket closest to the river. Once it disappeared, I sped away, not caring about the potholes or the fog blocking my vision. I just knew I had to get away from the river. I had to get away from that dog. Speeding down the road, I looked around, trying to make sure whatever that wasn't chasing me. Once I got home, I took a breather to try to calm myself. It was now 2 a.m. I kept quiet as to not wake my father. I read up on a few things, and I think what I saw was a hellhound. It is said that if you see a hellhound 3 times, it may just lead you to your death. Reading that made my hair stand up on end. When you really think about it, I saw that dog 2 times. So who's to say when the 3rd time is gonna come for me? It's been 6 years since that night, and I haven't seen another dog like that. So I honestly don't know what to think. But sharing this story helps relieve some of the strain. And maybe someone can help me understand why I saw this thing. Specifically, why I saw it 2 times in such a short amount of time. Tales from a Forest Ranger, from Mayor Bear. I used to work as a forest ranger outside the small town of Blacksburg, Virginia. It's one of many tight-knit communities that dot the line drawn by the Appalachian mountain range. In the 4 years I had that position, I received my fair share of odd calls. But what I'm about to tell you is pale in comparison to anything else I've experienced. My story contains moderate depictions of animal violence, so if you don't like that subject matter, I'd advise you to skip ahead. It first began on Tuesday. That was the first day of the week I was on duty. I remember I was sat down at my desk of the ranger post a quarter of a mile or so in the woods, drinking coffee. I was usually tasked with the maintenance of the trails surrounding the nearby camp area and enforcing bland regulations regarding firearm discharge and the likes. That's why it was surprising when a young couple stumbled into the building. The man dirty, covered in ash with clothes torn, and the woman in similar condition. They asked me for some help, the request that me and the other ranger on duty, Trevor, granted. We were confused as to why they came to the station, rather than calling either of us or emergency services to request first aid. I remember the woman distinctly. She had a stark English accent. She told us that they were both so caught up in running, they didn't even think about making a call. That made me and my partner raise an eyebrow, but we let them continue as we disinfected their wounds and applied rather amateur bandaging. As she alleged, they were on a hike away from camp when they were attacked by what they described as a walking tree. I was as confused as you probably are now. I think I laughed a little as I heard what she said. Trevor was the first to try to place a realistic lens over their story. You ran into a tree?
No, it attacked us. It was moving.
The woman was very passionate as she argued, but her boyfriend calmed her down a little after he saw the subtle looks of disbelief we wore. My only supposition at the time was that they maybe ran into a thicket of brambles without realizing it. Their wounds were very real though, It appeared to have been inflicted by an animal of some kind, but there were no distinct bite or claw marks. I couldn't line it up with the typical predatory wildlife we saw around our area. Regardless, we let them file a report, if you could call it that. About an hour later, I escorted the couple back to their campsite and ensured they retrieved all their belongings safely. Something to note, these parks have communal camping areas. Generally, you pitch a tent in a circle all around a central clearing, where 6 or 7 other groups are situated. Oddly enough, though, we did see other people out and about, but not one came to ask what the issue was. If anything, they were quiet and tried to keep out of my way the best they could, juxtaposed to the usual happy and friendly campers I meet out there. Under normal circumstances, we would have investigated the area for the predatory animal that the couple was attacked by, to ensure there weren't any wildlife getting all too friendly with humans. However, they were so turned around, the best localization they could give us was a direction. Given that, and the ridiculous description of the assailant, we never followed up. The rest of Tuesday passed uneventfully, aside from me having to talk to an intoxicated fella who was urinating all too publicly. Fast forward to Wednesday. It's 11 or so in the morning, a decent chunk of time into my shift. Our outpost gets a call. An older male with a raspy voice informs us that this campsite is filled with daddies. He clarifies that there's a whole bunch of dead animals in and around his fire pit before telling us, "You'd better hurry." Yeah, I know. A weird call. Fearing the worst, I headed down to the camp area, which happened to be the same one that the couple from yesterday was situated at. I arrived unsure of what to expect. I met the guy outside his RV. Lo and behold, all around us were dead animals. There were at least 15 of varying species. Rabbits, squirrels, birds too. As I recall, the biggest thing there was a coyote, which was taking his final sleep just outside the clearing. None of them had any visible injuries. What was odd, though, was the slight layer of soot that seemed to cover the coat of each animal, staining them an even shade of gray. I remember touching the coyote only to find the ashy residue on my fingertips. I had to call in to administration. Obviously, something was very wrong here. I believe they told me they were dispatching a team to conduct a water test to check for contamination. In the meantime, we had to clear out all the other campers, including the guy who reported it. I remember one hippie-type dude really well. As I was telling him why he had to go, I offered that there was another campsite just a mile or so north. He told me something along the lines of, "Nah, dude, I'm just gonna go back home. There's something real wrong with this place's mojo." Despite that campsite being closed, we still serviced the local trails, so I was back on duty the next day. It was almost entirely uneventful. We spent much of the early morning resorting our documents before it came time for my rounds. The walk from our station to the campground was boring, with no fresh litter to collect, given there were no people. When I finally got to the camp area, it struck me as lonely, almost like a ghost town. Since it was the first time in my career we had to close during a normally busy season, it felt very strange. I lapped the center of the camp area, not bothering to check out each individual site, before I headed back up another path, one that ran almost parallel to the one I came down. That's when I started to pick up a strange smell. It was like charcoal burning, but hotter, if that makes any sense. It almost stung to inhale. Since there weren't supposed to be any campers nearby, I decided to follow it. I seemed to be getting closer as I walked down the path, judging by smell alone. And the further I went, the more acidic the smell became. At that point, I had no clue what could have been producing it. I had to cover my face with a cloth in typical bandit fashion, though it helped very little. Maybe 600 yards down the path from the campground, I finally made it. It was this ball of what looked like wood. About a foot in diameter, it sat in front of me squarely in the middle of the path. Off of it came this silver smog, sifting 8 feet into the air before it dissipated. Getting closer, it began irritating my eyes. Noticing the thing was under direct sunlight, I gave it a hefty kick with my boot, causing it to roll a few feet down the path. What was very odd was, as soon as it hit the shade, it instantly stopped smoking. It just sat there, a charred ball of wooden facsimile. But it wasn't wood. Wood doesn't burn in the sun, after all. I left it there on the path and walked back to the station. The smell faded pretty quick. Anyway, as soon as I got in, I grabbed Trevor. He set the station phone to forward to his cell phone. We both then grabbed shovels, going to find the object in hopes of burying it. Bad practice for both of us to leave the post, I know, but he was real curious to see what it was. Only, as we arrived where I left it, the thing was gone. The only trace that remained was the slightest acidic tinge in the air, but no smoldering ball. It was pretty big, so whatever took it had to have been large itself. Thursday wrapped up with no further events. Then came Friday. Still waiting on the administration to clear the campsite fit for use again. It ran as slow as the day before. Nothing at all happened during the day. Right as I was clocking out though, as the afternoon blended into the evening, a family came into our station. There was the mother, the father, and a little boy, maybe 9 years old. To be honest, I don't remember my conversation with them nearly as well as with the couple from before. But to sum it up, they told me that they had been walking their dog on a nearby trail maybe an hour earlier, before it took off barking at something in the woods. They kept stressing how it never behaved like that, and they were eager to find it considering how low the sun was getting. So I agreed to help. Trevor said he'd follow up with me after the late shift arrived at the post. They told me they lost him about a quarter mile or so from the station. Yet again, I found myself walking back to the same campsite. After asking if he responded to a name, they told me he did. I think it was Rufus or Roger, or some other generic canine title. I think the mother and the kid split off in one direction towards the station, while me and the dad went the other way toward the campsite. We called the dog's name every 15 seconds or so, and as a pet owner, my heart sank a little every time there was no response. The father got serious with me and asked how likely it was he'd run into a predatory animal out here. He told me the dog was a big Alaskan Malamute, and I told him that a mountain lion probably wouldn't mess with a dog like that unless it was protecting its young. I remember mentioning that a bear could take it on, but he doubted the dog would be stupid enough to challenge a bear. Regardless, bears really weren't too frequent at the base of the mountains. I was going to mention the suspected tainted water, but I decided against it, as it was on the far side of the campsite, so it could worry him unnecessarily. Maybe half an hour into our search, the mom called the dad. She told him they hadn't found anything, and the dad told her that we were still looking, and said if they didn't find him within the next half hour, they'd meet back up at the station and call it a night. I felt real bad after that. Then I called the dog's name as loud as I could. All of a sudden, way to our right, in the direction of the campsite, we heard this crashing. Suddenly, that gorgeous dog burst through the undergrowth, running up to his owner and ignoring me. He was moving quick, but with a limp. Further, the white parts of his coat seemed to be stained gray, just like the animals from the clearing. The owner hugged the dog, wiping what seemed to be ash off on his pants. He asked me if I knew what the residue was, but I told him I had no clue. From the direction the dog came from, there was a second wave of crashing. It came closer to us and seemed to stop altogether a few feet into the thicket of trees. The sun was close to setting, but there was still enough light to see decently, Behind the trees, we made out a very strange shape. It seemed tall and thin. As we watched it move, there was this thick crackling sound, almost like a fireplace. It took one step towards us, and the guy, now holding his dog, shouted, "Hey!" That caused whatever the figure was to immediately bolt the other direction. As we heard more of that crackling and underbrush being pushed aside, we picked it up pretty quick, speed-walking back to the outpost. The dog's leg was injured, but it was in good spirits and limped along with us. Strangely enough, I picked up a little of that burning smell from before. I asked the guy if he smelled it, and he said yes, telling me it was like someone was having a bonfire. The night wrapped up with the couple meeting back up. The smile on the kid's face as he hugged the furry beast that was bigger than him really made my night. Trevor met me outside the outpost, and after filing a quick report, we did the 20 or so minute walk back to the parking lot together. Luckily, the night shift guys were real nice and did most of the overhead paperwork for us. On the walk, I told him about the figure we saw and the weird crackling sounds. He told me he never saw anything like it before. He asked if I think that's what the dog ran after, and I said something along the lines of, maybe. That was one huge dog, and that thing out there was not a bear. So what kind of animal was it? Trevor was as confused as I was. Saturday finally came, my last day on duty until next Tuesday. I wasn't feeling great when I got there, only on 5 hours of sleep. Luckily for me, the nearby campsite still wasn't open, and the day droned on quick. I was snapped from my tired robotic work as our phone rang. Trevor picked it up. Listening for no more than 2 minutes, he told me he had to go. He didn't say anything beyond a family issue and left hurriedly. To be frank, this ticked me off, considering I was tired as heck. But the shift was almost over, and I thought about skipping my rounds at the campsite that afternoon, but decided against it. After all, the fresh air of the walks was the only thing keeping me awake. I remember using a Sharpie to craft a very poor "Be Back Soon" sign that I taped onto the station door as I went for my walk. It was really just a formality, as I didn't expect anyone to come by within the 30 minutes I was gone. So down I went, back to the camping area. It was the middle of the afternoon, the sun still bright in the sky. It didn't stop me from feeling uneasy as I began to smell that all too familiar charcoal acid mix, though. It was modest as I worked my way down the path until I finally stepped foot into the clearing. That's when I saw it. Surrounding the communal fire pit, there were 7 large wooden tar balls, like the one I'd seen on the path before, only much larger. They were all smoldering in the sun. At that point, I was convinced some person was behind it. To what end, I had no idea. I called out into the clearing, slightly muffled by the bandana I had to put back on my face. Naturally, no response from anyone. But dear God, did the air stink. So I decided to do what I did before. I made my way into the clearing and nudged the fuming mounds of wood and black material. It took me a good 5 minutes. I didn't want to touch them, and they were all heavier than the one before. I finally got them all out of the sun and into the shade. I stepped back a few paces to inhale fresher air. They gradually stopped smoking. Having no clue what to do, I opted to do another write-up back at the station, making sure to mention the geometric formation. As I turned around to leave, though, I noticed something was wrong. It's that feeling you get when something isn't quite right, but you're unsure what. I looked at the forest in front of me. Nothing seemed amiss at first. I scanned the tree line, and then I saw it. Blended in with the wood of the trees, much like a stick bug, there stood a man. At least, what looked like a man. It was spindly and thin, maybe 9 or 10 feet tall, Its body seemed to be a black wooden texture, with its limbs and torso outlined a deep brown. I just stared at it, mouth agape. I think it was attempting to camouflage itself, and when it realized I noticed it, it began to move. Its head was much like a bulb, crafted out of similar material to its body, yet it had no discernible features. It slowly climbed off the tree and out of the undergrowth, moving towards me. I was paralyzed with fear. As it moved, this ear-splitting crackling noise played, much like the one from the incident with the dog. After an excruciating few seconds, it was standing about 15 feet away from me, in the middle of both paths back to the station. It was swaying back and forth as if doing some kind of dance. The smell of smoke and that unnatural burn weighed heavy in the air. It took a step towards me, and my heart was beating out of my chest. It took another, and I still couldn't move. And then, with a great stride covering almost 10 feet, it stepped right past me, as if I wasn't there. I turned instinctually and watched it, as it began picking up the strange, smoldering balls I had just moved. And, effortlessly, as if they weighed nothing, it placed them back into formation around the campfire. As I saw its focus shift from me, I regained control of my body and ran. I sprinted the whole way back to the outpost, entering it and slamming the door shut. I had no clue if the thing followed. It showed no interest in me. But still, I couldn't take a chance. So I gathered all my belongings, locking the place up, and then took off again. This time to the parking lot, leaving the "Be Back Soon" sign still hanging loosely on the door. As obvious as it seems, I never returned to that post. I was contacted numerous times by my superiors and Trevor, but never did respond. Eventually, a notice of termination arrived at my home. I don't believe I ever received my last paycheck either. Not that I care. Under no circumstance will I ever go back there. Call me a deserter or a coward, whatever you like. But know if you saw what I saw that day, and you saw the sheer inhumanity of that creature, you wouldn't go anywhere near that place. As far as I'm concerned, forests are strictly off limits to me now. You simply can't be sure what resides within. And the creature, well, I really have no clue what it was up to. What it was doing with the weird spheres of whatever, I don't know. I have no doubt now that all the odd incidents I experienced that week were its doing, though. I'm just thankful it didn't kill me, because it very well could have. That about wraps up my week. I'll leave you with this, though. I did a modicum of research based on the creature's appearance. The only thing I found related to it was an old Dutch folktale that described a character known as De Tokman, or the Tree Man. According to the tale, it was a thin being with appendages much like tree branches that would chase naughty children until they told their parents of their wrongdoing. Whether it was based off of the creature I saw or an innocently crafted bedtime story, I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't think I want to find out. Good luck to all the people working in forests out there, especially those along the Appalachians. Be careful and stay safe. Appalachian Trail Lights from Anonymous Hiker. I'm a petite woman in my early 20s. I grew up and live in rural south-central Virginia, surrounded by dense woods for miles in every direction. I know what animals, birds, planes, satellites, planets, stars, etc. look like, act like, and sound like. Being no stranger to the outdoors my whole life, it was only a matter of time until I got into solo long-distance hiking, and even during the pandemic I still hike, albeit responsibly, whenever I can on the Appalachian Trail in the western part of the state. Being a petite young woman and always hiking alone, I do take necessary precautions. My family can see my location on trail via a navigation app, popular in the thru-hiker and section hiker community. I carry pepper spray and a knife, and I always tell someone where I will be and update them on where I am and how the conditions are. Anyway, this took place in mid-June of this year, 2020. I had planned to summit the Priest Mountain hiking southbound on the Appalachian Trail, starting my hike around 1 p.m. from the parking lot at the base of the mountain and reaching the shelter by 5:30 to 6 p.m., taking my time as the sharp elevation increase paired with a busted knee would add to the challenge of summiting the notorious beast of a mountain. After a good, strenuous, uneventful hike past beautiful waterfalls, gorgeous viewpoints, and the occasional snake or squirrel, I summited. The flat mile-long hike to the shelter was a welcomed gift after the 4,000-foot-plus elevation increase I had tackled for over 5 grueling miles. Once I arrived at the shelter, I set up my hammock, keeping the tarp rolled up in its snakeskin strung up above my hammock as the forecast was predicting a beautiful warm night. I do my thing, eat some energy bars, refill my water bottle, typical boring camp chores, before turning in at around 8 p.m. Despite the challenges of the day, I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up on my phone talking to a buddy whom I had planned to thru-hike the AT with earlier this year, but we had to cancel due to the Rona. We're texting away, sending funny videos and whatnot until 10 p.m., when I notice a headlamp coming down the side path from the trail to the shelter. Cautious, I hunker down in my hammock and shine my headlamp in the stranger's direction so that whoever was there knew that I was well awake and that I saw them. In the morning, I found out it was a dude who got separated from his group. If I remember correctly, he was a retired cop going by the trail name 5-0. I watch 5-0 hang his bear bag in a tree by the shelter and watch him set up his hammock on the opposite side of the campsite. Cool, he's harmless, I think to myself. And this was the case, but the story doesn't involve a person or people. This is about what happens next in the skies above. As mentioned before, I didn't have my tarp set up because it was a beautiful night, so I could see the stars and enjoy the nice weather. What I noticed first was that my cell service signal was beginning to act funny around 10:45 p.m. One moment I'd have LTE, then 4G, then 3G, roaming, no signal, and back to LTE. This cycle continued throughout the night until 4 a.m. A moment later was when I noticed it. A few of the stars in the sky appeared to be swiveling and shining very dim, soft spotlights, which didn't reach very far, but it was obvious that these weren't stars. They also weren't airplanes or helicopters. I couldn't hear any audible noise, and I'm 4,500 feet above sea level on top of a mountain, closer to any plane than someone on sea level. Assuming I was tired and therefore seeing things which weren't there, I kept watching, fixating my vision between 2 branches of a tree, watching one of these weird stars do its thing, swiveling back and forth, shining its light. Then, all of a sudden, the sky turned bright red, then pitch black. Everything in the sky vanished. The woods went quiet. I attempted to text my mother out of fear that something was about to go down. "Mom, I love you. There's something weird going on with the sky." The feeling that I shouldn't have seen what I just saw, and that I was unwelcome quickly set in. Being familiar with the woods, I can tell when I've overstayed my welcome. But this was unlike anything I'd experienced in the outdoors before. The vibe I was sensing was mean, hateful, spiteful even. The messages I sent to my mother and to my buddy didn't go through until hours later, as my cell signal was still going through its weird cycle of no service. About 5 minutes later, the sky turned red again, and then went back to normal, with one huge difference. Half of the stars in the sky were missing. Not as if they changed positions in the sky. I know how the Earth rotates and changes the locations of stars and planets. I mean, half of the original stars I'd seen earlier were missing. I could still see notable planets, such as Venus, exactly as they were in the sky before this happened. Everywhere in the sky which had one of those weird swiveling balls of light was blank. The rest of the night I felt uncomfortable. So uncomfortable, in fact, that I pitched my tarp and slept with my pepper spray clipped to my sports bra. I could not get my mind off of what I just saw. It was very similar to a phenomenon I'd witnessed weeks before while driving home from the grocery store back home. I happened to look up at the sky, just as a stationary ball of light warp sped away at a pinpoint. That's the best way I can describe it, like in Star Trek, whenever the USS Enterprise goes into warp speed. It was exactly like that. No crazy colors, no weird shapes, nothing like that. In both of these instances, they were unassuming white, star-like balls of light. Getting back on track the next morning was uneventful. I ran into 5-0's group and we all hiked down the mountain together to our cars in the parking lot below. I refused to mention what I saw the night before until I got home and logged into Facebook to share photos of my hike. Well, the peaceful parts of it. One Facebook group I was in was called All Women, All Trails, and someone had made a post a few days prior asking us about our weird experiences on the trail. This just happened to appear right at the top of my newsfeed, so I shared the story which I have now shared with you, not thinking I would get a response. 30 minutes later, I received an alert that someone had replied to my comment. The woman that replied claimed to live not too far from the Priest Mountain and shared a similar experience she had one night, as she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire. Granted, they were admittedly under the influence, but the parallels between my story and the experience she shared with me were described by her as weird. Apparently, that night when she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire, they all saw a bright red light shoot straight up into the sky from the direction of the mountain and felt the same discomfort I experienced. Interpret this how you will. I have nothing to gain from lying to strangers on the internet. I feel it's my duty to the hiker community to share my weird experiences in the Appalachian Mountains. I'm not the first, nor will I be the last person to experience something weird. And this isn't even as insane as what other hikers have admitted to seeing or experiencing. If anyone else has experienced something weird on the Appalachian Trail, specifically in the Alto Wintergreen Resort area, please share your story. There's something weird going on in the skies above popular hiking trails, and it needs to be openly discussed.
Michigan Mothman, from Cereza. Do you ever feel like you're being watched? It can happen when you're alone, or with others. You feel this indescribable primal emotion, sort of like a mental itch. It just tells you you're being stalked by something. This is how I felt on the drive to Huron-Manistee National Forest. For those unfamiliar, it's a beautiful and massive park that's bordered almost entirely by Lake Michigan. I've many fond memories of my experiences here, but the story I'm about to share falls into a different category. I was with my girlfriend of about 6 months at the time. We'll call her Diane. She was driving as we pulled off the interstate and neared the smaller roads that led into the designated camping area of the park. Originally, we planned to set up our campsite in the aforementioned spot, but upon arrival we noticed how crowded it was. After a bit of deliberating, we opted to grab our camping gear, which was only a minimalist tent, a few days' worth of food, and some bottled water. Then we hiked a mile or so inland, away from where the other campers were situated. After all, we came out here to have some intimacy, and being surrounded by strangers cracking beers and partying did not fit the bill. It was around 6 o'clock when we finally arrived at a suitable campground.
It was a clearing just up a small hill, about 15 meters in diameter, surrounded by thick woods on every side, including where we entered from. We first heard it as we were setting up the tent, a thick, deliberate scream. Reminiscent of an animal in a great deal of pain. It rang out across the clearing. "What the heck?" Diane muttered. The sound ended as abruptly as it started, and almost as if in a cartoon, a flock of birds in the trees overhead took off, all flying back the direction we had come from. "What was that?" I asked, a barely noticeable quiver in my voice. "I don't know. Maybe a deer or something." After giving her theory, Diane continued to pitch the tent, and I did too, though I found the sound hard to shake off. After the tent was set up, Diane suggested we'd better hurry and get some firewood. As we weren't at the designated camping ground, there was no existing fire pit. I remember saying that I thought I saw good material just outside the clearing on our way in, when a strange noise came from overhead. It was gone in an instant. It sounded like a very large bird swooping just over where our tent was. We both heard it and immediately looked up and around the area, though we couldn't see the thing that made the sound. Whatever kind of bird it was, we didn't know. All we could tell was that it was fast and big. Fast forward a few hours, and the sun was setting. After a rather grueling wood haul, we were able to get a proper fire going, and we were stereotypically toasting marshmallows over the flame, while casually flirting and telling ghost stories. As I bit into my charred sweet, we heard the scream again. This time, it was a lot closer. The noise rang out in a way that made my ears throb, and I had to cover them with my hands. It lasted longer this time too, going about 4 or 5 seconds. Diane stood up. "What is that?" she yelled, as if trying to ask whatever made the scream. Though the sound was unnerving, I was more annoyed than scared at that point. "A real a-hole of a deer," I said, and we both laughed. "I swear if it does that while I'm sleeping, I'm just gonna scream back." Our jokes dissolved the tension pretty quickly, and we went back to toasting marshmallows, watching the sky dissolve from purple into a deep ocean blue. The rest of that night was uneventful, until we went to sleep. Sometime around 12 or 1 in the morning, I woke up to a loud thud outside, as if something heavy had been dropped. What was that? Diane was still groggy, so I jostled her with my arm. "Diane, wake up. I think something's outside." What do you mean?" "An animal or something." She just continued to lie there, so I said something to get her attention. "Diane, I'm scared." She sat up in the tent, and I could see with my phone flashlight that she was very tired. Okay. You want me to go look?" "I guess." Without complaining, she got up out of the sleeping bag, taking with her my phone, and exited the tent. "Hello? Anything out there?" she called, jokingly, as she shined her flashlight around the clearing. I watched her from the tent as she walked into the center of it, illuminating the area with the phone. Then near the edge of the clearing, she spotted something. "Whoa! Hey, see! Come here!" I squinted, realizing I could barely see, and reached back to grab my glasses. before getting out of the tent and walking over to her. This might sound strange, but the air felt heavy, like it does before a thunderstorm. There was also this faint smell of copper. It grew stronger as I went over to her. Looking where she was shining the light, I saw what appeared to be a young fawn. At first, I thought it was sleeping, completely unaware of us, until I saw the markings on its back. Deep into its fur and flesh, there were these gouges, about 2 feet apart, that were darkened, obviously soaked with blood. It looked as if the deer had been picked up by some sort of predatory bird. I found this confusing, as I couldn't think of a bird of prey able to lift an animal that easily weighed 50 pounds into the air. Even stranger, though, was the fact that the only markings on the animal were on its back. There were no other wounds, so whatever had done this to the deer did not feed off of it at all. It just killed it and left. Babe, I really don't like this. Diane wrapped her arm around me, pulling me towards her. I know. Let's get back to the tent. We'll get out of here as soon as the sun comes up. I nodded slowly, and we both began walking back to our tent. A few footfalls later, we heard the sound of a twig snapping. Diane shined the flashlight behind us, revealing nothing at first. She scanned the tree line, and to my horror, we saw something. Directly in front of us, maybe 20 feet away, was a large humanoid figure. It glared at us, and whether that was due to the flashlight, or it was simply this thing's natural disposition, I don't know. Its eyes appeared to be bright red, glowing orbs. I was horrified. If I had to guess, I'd say that thing was between 8 and 10 feet tall. It was feathered in a deep gray coat. It stood staring at us. It didn't seem to have a separate head, but rather its eyes were just plastered to the top of its body, like an owl with its head pulled inward. Both me and my partner were stunned as we looked onto the thing. It was then that it extended its arms, or wings, revealing a very wide span that seemed to flow from the entirety of its body, much like a moth. Without warning, it screamed at us, the sound unbearable. Thick, heavy, and blood-curdling, like a fire alarm amplified by 100. I collapsed to the forest floor, clutching my ears as Diane held me. The last thing I remember was her saying my name as my vision faded to black. When I awoke, I was in the back of our car. I was surprised, and I sat straight up. Diane spotted me in the rearview mirror. "I'm glad you're awake," she spoke. I noticed my ears were ringing a great deal. I clutched my head in pain. What the heck happened? I grew pale in the face, now remembering the creature. She kept her eyes on the road as she spoke. That thing, it took off almost as soon as you blacked out. Like a jet. It was crazy. I took you back to the tent and waited until dawn before I booked it. You mean you carried me all that way? Well, I tried to wake you up a few times, but you were out cold. It wasn't too bad anyway, but I had to leave the tent. I sighed before nodding slowly. Money we'll never get back. I paused. And thank you for protecting me. I saw her smile in the rearview mirror without another word. To this day, we're still together. As strange as it is, that event seemed to bring us closer. We talk about it often, using it as an anecdote when friends come over. It's a healthy way to process an ordeal like that. We've been living together for some time now, and I see marriage as a very realistic future for us. As for the creature itself, I'm still unsure what it was. Based on its behavior and its striking physical form, I'd wager a guess that we encountered the Mothman, a humanoid cryptid that's said to have the body of a moth with glowing red eyes. According to folklore, it's commonly seen as an omen before a major disaster. I still think about that night often. Honestly, I don't know if I'd be alive right now to write this story if it wasn't for Diane. But please, stay safe when you're out in the woods. You can never be sure what you'll see out there. Black-Eyed Kid of Kennesaw Mountain, from Hiram. This encounter took place in the fall of 2016. The youngest child of a close family friend was turning 16 and had requested that my brother and I take him camping for the weekend to celebrate. We were delighted to do so our family packed our things and we drove from Florida to Georgia to visit and celebrate with our dearly missed friends. The trip started as any other. It was the birthday boy Jay, his two brothers Cal and Ken, my own brother and myself. We spent the day exploring a nearby Civil War battlefield during the day with our families, then set about making camp nearby when evening came. We had a fire, cooked hot dogs and s'mores, cut up and shot the breeze with the young boys. Everyone went to bed close to midnight, bellies full and snuggled up in sleeping bags against the late autumn chill. I awoke at 3 a.m. in a full panic. My chest was tight and I was gasping. There was a fading echo in the night air around me, as though I caught the tail end of some sort of commotion that had awakened me. I settled myself down and regulated my breathing, confused as to why I'd come to like that. I wasn't having a nightmare or anything beforehand. I heard a stirring from the big tent that my brother and the 3 boys were staying in. Their tent was a 12-person, 3-room monstrosity. It had a box fan, rope lights, and a card table set up inside. My tiny A-frame looked quite comical next to it. I listened closely and heard soft whimpering from one of the boys. I exited my tent into the frigid night air to find my brother already up, tending to Cal, who was in the midst of a mild asthma attack. My brother took Cal and Jay to the truck. They loaded in to make the 20-minute drive back to the house to pick up Cal's inhaler. That left myself and Ken, who was still fast asleep in the big tent. I decided I was too wired to go back to sleep, so I stoked the fire until the flames were licking the air once more. My mind wandered back to the intensity of when I woke up, and I pondered the echoing cry I had heard. Then it happened. A caterwaul pierced the night air, terrifying and inhuman, the sound of it petrifying. I sat next to the fire, wide-eyed as I stared into the darkness before me, as the wail faded into the same echo I'd awoken to earlier. I forced myself to take shuddering breaths. Then I stood up, retrieving my Maglite LED from the tent. I shined it towards where I thought the cry had come from. There was a steep drop-off onto a deep ravine about 50 yards away from us. The call had not come from down there. The echo was not right. I had heard creaking of branches and the rustle of leaves from somewhere above, and the canopy of pine trees that stood as silent sentries around us. It was at this moment that I noticed how quiet it was. Winter nights here were usually pretty quiet, but now a sense of dread and foreboding weighed heavily in the air. I raised the beam of my light towards the top of the trees, the mini sun of white light pushing back the shadows that bathed the night. Nothing was up there. I let my breath out in a large puff and turned back towards the camp, when a soft voice came from the darkness behind me.
Please, can you help me?
The soft voice of a terrified child floated from the shadows. My skin immediately began to crawl as a sense of danger prickled down my spine. I quickly swept the light around me, searching for the source of the voice.
Please, can you help me?
The child whimpered again, the voice urgent but barely audible. I glanced around the campground. It was sparsely populated, but we certainly were not the only ones here. My mind raced with possibilities, most of them bad, as I wondered why no one else had been awakened by the wailing, the cry of this child's voice, their call for help.
Help me. It's so cold.
Ken, wake up! I hissed at the older boy. I was met with snoring. I shook the tent harder, lightly kicking the lump that was his body, which was pushed against the side of the tent. No luck.
Help me. Why won't you help me?
I stood in a mixture of indecision and panic. The heavy air pressed down on me as I struggled to control my fear. I had to help. I was in my early 20s, and if there really was a hurt child out there, they might succumb to hypothermia if I did not act. Apparently, I was the only person on the whole darned mountain that was awake for this. The horrible scream resounded again, this time from the same direction of the child's voice. I heard the violent rustling of branches echoing in the deathly quiet of the night ahead of me, as the child's sobbing grew more wild.
I'm coming!
I yelled out. I dove into my tent and grabbed my pistol, clipping the holster onto my belt before sprinting headlong into the tree line behind our camp. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly as I ran, legs and heart pumping, towards the sound of a crying child and the wailing of a monster. I broke through the trees and emerged onto the opposite side of the trail loop that all the campsites ran along. I stopped on the trail and caught my breath, the woods silent again.
Kid!
I shouted as I swept my light around me. I caught a glimpse of something red in front of me, a few hundred feet into the woods and obscured by brush. I pushed my way into the thicket until I could see him. A small boy. He stood alone before me. He had brown hair and was barefoot, wearing red long-sleeve pajamas. His head faced down, eyes squeezed shut. I could see that his lips were already turning blue. I slowly made my way towards him, keeping the beam of my light on him as my eyes darted above and around me. I half expected some eldritch horror to pop out at any moment and tear us to shreds. "Hey, kid, are you okay?" I called over. The boy raised his hand to block the beam of my light from shining in his eyes. He asked,
"Can you help me?"
I made it to the boy, and I shrugged off my jacket, draping it over his shoulders. "What happened?" I asked him.
"I wanted to use the bathroom, but I got lost on the way back. Then I heard that noise and it scared me, and then I saw your flashlight."
He trailed off, turning his head away from me. "So you called out for help?" He nodded. I beckoned him to follow me and we made it back to the trail. Okay, do you know which way you came from? I asked. Then the boy did something odd. He stepped out in front of me and began to sniff in deeply, turning his head to the left, then to the right.
This way,
he said flatly, and turned right to follow the trail. He walked briskly. I trailed him by a few paces, my confusion growing. As we passed the campsites, his stride would slow and I could hear him sniffing faintly. Anything looking familiar yet? I asked nervously, but he ignored me, continuing to walk. We made it completely around the loop before he finally stopped at a site that was only 2 down from ours. The site between us was unoccupied. There was a large tent like the one my brother brought, and a large white passenger van. He breathed in deeply through his nose, his head tilting back slightly as he released it.
This is it.
He strode to the tent without another word, leaving me dumbfounded on the trail. Hey, wait, my jacket! I called after him. He paused halfway through unzipping his tent, fixing me with a gaze that I will never forget and still haunts me. The boy's face was partially illuminated by the beam of my light, his eyes completely black. His face was milky white, with deep blue coloring around his lips. The boy, he looked like a corpse. I stared at him, slack-jawed, as he slipped into the tent and zipped it closed, his eyes never leaving mine until he was out of sight. Silence. I stood a moment longer, my brain trying to reason what I had just seen. It had to have been a shadow, or some optical anomaly. I shivered, and I turned to walk the short walk back to my site, planning to go check in the morning and get my jacket back then, and maybe a thank you. My brother and the 2 boys got back about 15 minutes later. They found me next to the fire again, having restoked it. They asked why I was still awake, so I told them all that had come to pass during the 40 minutes they were gone. After I was done, I got a few mutterings of, "Wow, that's crazy," before everyone dismissed it and went to bed. I returned to my tent and spent the rest of the night restlessly tossing and turning. Dawn broke. I was out of my tent once more, getting the skillet and breakfast foods out of the cooler in the back of the truck. I started the fire and began to cook. As I worked, I kept an eye on the campsite I'd left the boy at the night before, but no one stirred. I finished the meal and turned to set the picnic table up for breakfast when I froze. My jacket rested at the top of the table, neatly folded. I kept my eye on the site the rest of the morning, up until we packed up and left. I never saw anyone emerge from the tent or walk around the site. To this day, that night haunts me. I kept up with the news for a while after that night, often asking my friends if anyone had gone missing or had died that night, but nothing ever came up. I guess I may never know. The Silence of Paradise, from Shiv H. When we were 7, Mama took my cousin Elle and I over to Hounslow Heath for our usual adventures that were common in the summer holidays. Instead of the regular route, we used to love collecting feathers and other natural things that we found to make collages with, or picking fat, juicy blackberries off of bushes for our gran to make pies with. Mom took us to one of her old haunts as a child called Paradise. Paradise was thought to have been the location of either an old coaching inn or a powder mill, and was just a very stark, bare, massive open field with skeletal remains of ancient-looking stones and wood buildings, and very old tree stumps scattered throughout the field. Over the years, Paradise had fallen victim to random attacks of arson, and the local council burning the field to keep it from becoming overgrown and unmanageable. So the appearance of Paradise was more desolate and bleak, due to the burnt stubbles of grass and charred tree stumps, along with the still strong and slightly sickly smell of smoke in the air, especially when the wind picked up. The obvious differences between the otherwise lush and green area around Paradise and Paradise itself was clear to Elle and I immediately. We said aloud at the same time, "The burnt place." I felt uneasy straight away, and looking at Elle, I could tell she did too. When you grow up with someone, you know how they feel about certain things. I was in my wheelchair investigating the ground around me, and Elle was a little distance away from Mama, who was looking at something else. Suddenly, Elle looked up at me and said, "Shiv, can you hear anything?" I was suddenly struck with the deathly silence of the immediate area. Normally, the heath was alive with the comforting sound of birds, insects, and small animals. It should have been like a constant soundtrack to our play. But there was not a sound, nor, come to mention of it, was there any evidence of any living thing around us. In fact, I can't remember seeing any animals or birds since we got to Paradise. I brought this up to Elle, and we both looked up at the sky before continuing to investigate the burnt ground. Looking carefully, I came to the awful realization that the ground was scattered with small animal skeletons and skulls and bones, all charred, littering the dirt left over from years of fires. Elle and I looked at each other and said once again at the same time, "Can we please go?" Mama looked at us both and laughed. "What's wrong with you two?" We told her about the unearthly silence and the small animal skeletons. Mom just explained that it was only to be expected from a dead area. But she didn't say much about the silence. She just listened and said, "Okay, let's go back." When we got home, we told our gran about it, and we talked all night. Now that we're adults, Elle has got her own children. Sometimes they ask about our childhood, and sometimes we tell them spooky or funny stories. But any time we both mention Paradise, it's always with unease. The Old Waterhouse, from Shiv H. Over the heath, there was an ancient crumbling waterhouse where the entire estate's water system was managed. Believe me, we thought it was a miracle how anything that old and manky could keep and pump out any water, but it did. It was made with bricks with a black slate roof and iron doors, although at the time of this incident, it was just a shadow of its former self. It didn't have any doors. The windows were all smashed by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones. It was there when my mama and her siblings were kids and played over the heath. They said it spooked them and their mates, just as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holidays. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins, me included, were being little brats, so the boys said they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. The boys were really responsible and mature at 16, 17, and 18. They babysat for us younger kids all the time, so we all knew the rules of staying close to the boys and doing what they told us. And so, half an hour later, everyone had their fruit buckets, and we were off. There were 5 younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favorite activity, and our Gran's blackberry pies were the best. Gran's house led directly onto the back of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of my older cousins passed me through to the other end, then lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids were through in seconds, and we were on our way again. On the way to our destination, the older boys would tell us spooky stories, half because they liked scaring us, and half because we all used to beg them to. There was nothing more terrifying than a story from my cousins H or B. They were the masters at it, and they made it so believable we loved it. But we all stopped talking when we came to the waterhouse. No one ever dared speak around or near the waterhouse, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked and still does look so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we made it to our beloved blackberry field. But this time, as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all the more somber as we remembered an old wives' tale or urban legend that we all knew about the waterhouse. The legend goes, once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead, and 5 more people were seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It's said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath. They hid out in the waterhouse. The waterhouse at the time was more newish and was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of contention and stress among the remaining gang. The bodies of all 3 of the remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the waterhouse 6 months later. It was never proven how they died. A few years after that, the weird stuff and creepy noises started to occur near and around the waterhouse. Mysterious, hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, moldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelled around the area of the waterhouse, and eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there was a spur of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath not too far from the waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the waterhouse, but the locals soon started to give the waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth because of its creepy history and dark reputation. That left the waterhouse abandoned and in disrepair. That's what we knew of the waterhouse's dark history. That's why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quickly as possible. When we were all through the gap in the fence further away from the waterhouse, us younger cousins built up enough courage to glance over at the building of ill repute before being rounded up by the older boys. One of them, A, put me in the wheelchair again, and we set off toward the blackberry field. We soon arrived where some other local kids we knew were already there. We spent a nice afternoon picking and eating juicy sweet blackberries and splashing in the river. Soon the sun was getting low, and it was time to return home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering and laughing, and the older boys were still winding us up slightly. but being as it was getting later, we were feeling warier and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the water house, the air felt slightly too close, like before a thunderstorm. The youngest of the 3 older boys got me out of my wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother in a low, guarded voice, "Something moved at the back there, bruv." B just looked at him sideways. Out of the boys, A was the most likely one to pull a stunt or wind anyone up for a laugh. But this time, A was straight-faced. A said, "I'm gonna go have a look." He passed me through to B and squeezed past us all. "Wait up, A. We've got to..." Having put me in my wheelchair, B moved forward towards his brother when we suddenly heard A shriek out in horror and disgust, and the 2 boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of the wheelchair again, had told everyone to run. And we did. B picked up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up while running. A grabbed the other 2 kids' hands and followed B. And H ran with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hand. We ran, and A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did, but I saw nothing. We didn't stop until we got to the fence which led back to the road on the estate. We could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted, especially the older boys. Before we slipped through the fence to the road, B held himself up by the railings and asked, "What did you see, A?" Yellow eyes, hairy face." All us younger kids began to panic and scream, and H had to calm us all down. He said that we were safe and it would be all right, but we all wanted to get as far away from the water house as possible. When we got home, we all looked bedraggled and slightly nervy. Mama and Auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that we got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes looking for golf balls to sell, and as that was quite commonplace over the heath, Mama and my auntie just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell Mama or my auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face. We never found out what it actually was. But us kids didn't go near the water house for a long time after. Goatman of Congaree Park, from Hendrik. Have you ever heard of Congaree National Park? It's a beautiful reserve bordered by a large body of water in the south side of South Carolina. To celebrate the completion of our senior year of high school, some friends from school and I decided to go on a camping trip. I wasn't the one who organized it, and I even showed up late. When I arrived at the park, I had to wait at one end of a trail until my buddy Harry came and got me. After about an hour of trekking through the woods, we arrived at the campsite. It was a lot cooler than I expected. We were set right next to a stream, and we had 4 large tents between us. There were exactly 14 people there, more than I thought there would be. There were my 2 close friends, Harry and Tom, and a few I knew from school. There were also a few people I didn't know. They were cousins or something like that to the others, so I was cool with it. Anyway, that night we're all camping out, roasting hot dogs over the big fire we got going when some dude comes stumbling through the bushes. Harry gets up and hugs the guy. "Glad you made it." Apparently, he was camping with his family who had their RV back on the paved road, and he decided to come up and spend the night with us. We were fine with that, because he brought us all some more food and some drinks. He introduced himself as Jeremiah. That's when he starts asking us about our friend. He said that on his way up, he saw some girl off the trail a few feet in the woods, just sorta standing there. Immediately we knew something was up, 'cause there were only 3 girls with us. The rest were guys. None of us had disappeared at any point. So he continued telling his story about the girl. He went up to her, asked if she was part of our group. He asked if she was sort of slow or something, because she just stared back at him slack-jawed, with a glazed-over look in her eyes. He tried asking her a few more questions, but she never answered. So he just decided screw it, and continued to hike up the trail. But then, the entire time, she followed him. Only no matter how slow he walked, she'd always be a little behind. He tried even getting her in front of him, but no matter what, she would lag behind him. Eventually, she disappeared entirely, and he figured she just took a different route up to our camp. Anyway, we were like, nope, we ain't got no slack-jawed girl up here, man. We were all sort of weirded out by that story, though. He said she must have been from some other camp, and this made us all relax a little bit. So the night wore on slowly. It was midsummer, you know, nice and humid. Around 11 or 12, when we decided to pack it inside the tents, the girls had their own tent and I was with Tom, Harry, and Jeremiah. The rest of the guys split off into different groups. I can't exactly remember them. So we're just chilling, goofing around, when this sudden smell hits us, and it's real nasty. Smelled like someone was boiling blood. Yeah, that's how I'd describe it. Or like someone was melting pennies. It was strong as heck, too. First, Harry gets out of the tent, and then me. The smell is even worse outside, though. It clung to the air like whatever was making the smell was right nearby. Eventually, everyone came crawling out of their tents, asking, "What the heck is that?" covering their noses with their shirts and complaining. On top of that, one of the girls even started to get sick. By then, it's almost pitch black outside, aside from our flashlights, so we start looking around the camp, trying to see if a deer decided to die over here or something. The next thing we know, the smell is just gone. You know, a smell usually fades away, right? It wasn't like that at all. The smell just disappeared, there one minute and missing the next. To this very day, I never experienced anything like it. So after a bit of confusion and theory crafting that didn't go anywhere, we all just got back in our tents. That's when one dude starts complaining that there wasn't enough space inside, telling the other guys to move over. All of us start laughing. Now me, Tom, and Harry were close, and Jeremiah was just an easy guy to vibe with, so we found almost everything funny. In hindsight, we probably should have guessed something was wrong by that comment. We went to sleep. When I woke up, I knew I only got a few hours of rest. I was real tired still, like my body had just entered deep sleep and got pulled out of it. Then I realized why I was up. Some dude was screaming like mad in the other tent. We got out as soon as we could, and the guy who was yelling was facing towards the woods all like, "In the name of Christ, we compel you away," and stuff like that. Jeremiah, who's basically the de facto leader of our little group, since he brought us all beer, starts talking to the dude. "What the heck, man, what's wrong?" The guy turns around, and there are tears streaming down his face. "This guy whispered devil words into my ear. He's cursed, he's cursed." This dude is an emotional wreck. We sort of look at each other, and Harry's like, "What do you mean, devil words?" The guy explained that while he was sleeping, he woke up to one of the other guys in the tent whispering words in his ear. He said it wasn't normal language either, but just a bunch of sounds that didn't fit together. Then he shoved whoever it was doing the whispering, and they bolted out of the tent, taking off into the woods. At this point, everyone except for one of the girls was out of the tent listening to the guy's story. We were all creeped out. And then we noticed the hot blood smell from before was back, though this time it was a lot weaker, but it was still strong enough to make you think it was nearby. So we're trying to piece this all together, as the dude who told the story is calming down. Each of us only knew a few people there. We couldn't really tell who it was that ran into the woods yet. We got our flashlights set up, shooting up into the air so we had a decent amount of light. That's when Harry brings me aside. "Bro," he says, "there's 15 of us." At first I nod, before realization kicks in. Our group had 14 people. Then Jeremiah came, so we had 15. If someone ran into the woods, there should have been 14 again. Real quietly, we asked the guy if any of the dudes here was the one that said the weird words. Right away, he's like, "Nope, definitely not." And so me and Harry kind of freak out. We decided to tell the group. They're confused at first, then Jeremiah stands up. "So you're trying to say when we got into the tents there was another person with us?" Harry and I both just nod. That's when one of the girls starts crying. She starts going off about how it was the goat man, and we were trespassing in his woods. She starts telling us that she went to school with some First Nations kid who told her about the goat man. He gets into groups of people to mess with them. She starts bawling her eyes out, so the other girls start to comfort her. I'm just hoping she'll be quiet about that. It's just making everyone more creeped out. One of the other guys starts saying that we should just book it out of there, but Harry's like, "No way, not while the sun's still down." Eventually, we agreed to go first thing in the morning, and everyone packed it back into their tents. That night was really weird. Every couple of minutes you'd hear this jittery noise from the woods, like a laugh, but inverted. It was a really hard sound to describe. Anyway, we made it to dawn, so hooray. We began to get packed up like we promised. Then of course, one of the kids starts to say, "Oh, you aren't actually serious, right?" He thinks we're just playing a joke. Then he says he wants to stay, and a few of the other guys agree with him. So me and my boys were kind of split on what to do. The idea of the goat man, or whatever it was still prominent in our minds. All the girls and the dudes that were in the tent with the supposed goat man had decided to go. Ultimately, we decided we'd either go or stay as a group, and since it was Tom's friend, we decided to stay another night. We weren't crazy. We didn't want to run into the thing again, so we moved campsites. We trekked back down to where Jeremiah's family was. Real nice folk. We set up our tents about 20 meters away from the RV. We figured whatever it was wouldn't try to mess with us down there, so close to other people. And his family would be in earshot too, so we began to relax, just sorta chilling out again, drinking and now throwing darts. We didn't intend to let the bad night ruin the trip for us, and for the most part, we were able to forget about it. But when the sun began to set, the smell came back. Very slightly, but it was definitely the same copper and blood smell from before. It hung around all through sunset, but it didn't vary in intensity. One of Jeremiah's parents came over to our camp, asking if we were cooking blood or something. They could smell it too. Eventually, it came time to go to bed. I'm not kidding when I say this. As soon as I finished zipping our tent up, bam, the smell just gets 50 times stronger. It was like being hit with a blood-based stink bomb. It was just rancid. We all climbed out, and that's when we saw the darned thing, weaving between the trees outside the camp. There was just enough light in the sky to make out the figure, It was probably 7 or 8 feet tall. It was so quick though I could barely get a good look, and I couldn't make out any features. I might have thought it was a person if it wasn't moving so inhumanly fast. We all freaked out, booking it back towards Jeremiah's RV. We pounded on the door, scared out of our minds, as the thing jittered and crashed through the trees outside the camp. Jeremiah's dad opened the RV, looking real mad, as we all piled into it. Luckily, it was pretty big, and all 10 of us that remained, the boys and Jeremiah's parents, were able to fit. "The heck is wrong with y'all?" Jeremiah's dad was furious, and Jeremiah started venting. "The goat man is out there." "The what?" Jeremiah was about to reply as there was a loud bang at the door we had just locked. Sounded like the door was hit with a metal ram, like the kind cops use to bust into places. "What the heck?" Jeremiah's dad was the only one speaking then. We were all terrified, including his mom. Jeremiah was hugging her as me and my boys just stood there paralyzed. Then another bang at the door. This time it was louder, and it was followed by a voice. "Let me in." Those words were some of the most unnatural things I've ever heard. It reminded me of those videos of people who taught their pets to speak human words. Just look up a dog talking and you'll know what I mean. It sounded like that, so forced and deliberate. Whatever was out there definitely wasn't human. Jeremiah's dad knew it was messed up too. As the thing kept banging on the door, he opened up a cabinet above the steering wheel, pulling out a revolver. He primed it before shooting once through the door. What followed was a terrifying scream, like a freaking demon. We heard quick footsteps like that of a horse, running away from the campsite, bolting through the undergrowth. Jeremiah's dad then opened up the door, stepping out into the clearing and shooting a few more shots into the air. That night we all stayed in the RV. We were all splayed out, some of us sleeping on the floor. Jeremiah was in the bed with his mom, and his dad was in the driver's seat, which he spun around to face us. He promised to watch over us as we slept, but we never really got any sleep. All night, we'd hear that thing running around outside, breaking branches. I could have sworn I even heard it whispering, "Let me in," in different tones. Finally, the sun came out, and with it all the noise seemed to fade away. Even that horrid smell was gone. Jeremiah's dad would not let us out until the sun was all the way up. Then he came with me, his son, Harry, and Tom as we went to go pack up the tents. When we got to them, though, they were ripped to heck. The support rods were all over the place, and the fabric was shredded on both of them. The goat man, or whatever it was, really hated campers. Anyway, after we packed up everything that wasn't damaged into the camper, Jeremiah's dad told us he'd drive us home. The entire drive, though, Harry seemed freaked out, and I didn't know why. Near the end of the park, one of the boys I didn't know too well told us he'd get out here because he needed to take some ferry or something. I don't exactly remember what he said. Anyway, strangely, the real quiet kid followed him off. Jeremiah's dad told them both to be safe, then drove the rest of us into town. It was only when me and Harry were by ourselves walking home after taking the bus that he told me why he was so scared. We lived on the same street, so we traveled home together. Right as we were pulling up on our block, he told me that when he had come back from salvaging the tents, there was another kid with the other group that wasn't there before. The real quiet kid, the one who got off when we were still in the woods. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even notice it at the time. Harry said that he was afraid if he mentioned it, it might have attacked, so he just played it cool. So that's our story. And yeah, I'm probably as confused as you are. I don't know what the thing was. Could have been the Goat Man or some sort of demon, but it could be something else entirely. I don't think I want to know. Whatever it was seemed to have some connection to the woods. It didn't want to leave, and it took the first opportunity to get off the camper. So I'm gonna hope that it belongs to that park and won't leave. As for me, I'm never going back to that place again. If you ever decide to take a trip down to Congaree, take my advice and be careful. If you start smelling blood, pack up and go home. There's stuff in this world we just shouldn't mess with. I might have captured someone before they died. From The Mad Pop-Tart. I've been a long lurker of the horror community, and I finally decided to share one of my stories that I've tried to block out of my mind. I've posted pictures that I took during the day, and before you ask, no, I don't have the camera or the drive the pictures were on anymore. I tried looking through the metadata of the pictures and videos I captured, but the time frame that we hiked and the timestamp on the images are way off. With that being said, I'm almost certain that I have a picture that was taken right at the time of the event. But again, I don't know which one it is. Now on to the story. July 19th, 2011. Every summer since I was 7, I would go out to California to visit my dad. He would take me up and down the state, visiting all the places a kid would want to go. As I grew older, he started to take me to national parks, like Yellowstone, Redwoods, and Yosemite. During this year in particular, he wanted to go back to Yosemite and rent one of those tents you see in a village campsite. I was really excited, since the last time we were there, we stayed in a hotel that was nearly 2 hours outside of the park. He also mentioned that we should hit the park's infamous mist trail that goes up Vernal Falls again, since, well, last time I had difficulty hiking up because my feet were killing me. He even hinted that he wanted to go down the John Muir Trail that was on top of the falls. Now, John Muir, for those of you that don't know, he's a bit of a California legend. He sought to preserve some of the wilderness lands in the United States. His most notable accomplishment was establishing Yosemite as a national park in 1890. But even after his death, the man had a hospital and a middle school named after him. The last bit of information that I want to point out here was during that year, Yosemite set a record of its waterfalls being 3 times more powerful than ever before, due to the amount of snow and rain it had received during the winter and springtime. I think it was even featured on the nightly news when Brian Williams was on there at the time. On the morning of the hike, both my dad and I woke with excitement. The two of us had trained for this day, with me being on the cross-country team for my school and him working out at the gym. We were more than ready to take on such an amazing trail. We packed up our backpacks, put our hiking boots on, and drove my dad's SUV to the trailhead parking lot. When we got there, it was around 8:30, and the parking lot was already full. I guess there were a lot of people eager to see this once-in-a-lifetime moment. We had to park all the way over where Curry Village was. This will be important later. After 1.5 miles, we finally made it to the trailhead. The first part of the mist trail is paved, and it has some steep hill inclines, but nothing too extreme. After you reach the end of the paved trail, you go across a footbridge over the stream that's at the bottom of the falls. However, that little stream was a full-blown rapid river. Now, keep in mind, the park at the time had a very limited amount of signs and guardrails around the water areas, so it wasn't uncommon to see people wander off the trail to be by the stream to sunbathe or dip their feet in. Kids would also want to go in and splash each other, like they were at a water park. My dad and I were also guilty of going off the trails to take pictures and such. Some of the pictures I provided for you guys will show just how easy it is to be by the water. As for the park rangers, some of them didn't really mind it at the time. In fact, it was kind of nice having people explore the park, just as long as they were cautious and used good judgment. I haven't been back to Yosemite since this event, so I don't know how strict they are now with this trail. I forgot to mention earlier, but the trail isn't for everybody once you pass the footbridge. It's all uphill, and you have to climb up these stone steps. Some of the stone steps have been eroded or washed away over the years, which made it extra difficult to climb in certain areas, especially when it got to be really narrow. You also have to combat the mist from the falls and not lose your footing. Otherwise, you might fall over the edge and go into the water. After our short break, my dad and I began to head up Vernal Falls, and like I mentioned earlier, the mist from the falls was intense, but it was rewarding in a way. When we got to the top, it was almost noon, and we were ready to tear open our lunches. But before we did that, we went over to the John Muir trailhead while taking some along the way. The trail wasn't too long, but if we wanted to get back to the parking lot, we would have to take another trail, which took way longer than the mist trail. We came to the conclusion that we would think about it during lunch, since our hunger was now overwhelming. That's when my dad asked me if we should eat by the falls or find a quieter place. Till this day, I still don't know what made me blurt out that we should find a quieter spot away from the falls and the other noisy tourists. My dad agreed, and we made our way up the river to the point where it became a small creek, and we sat down at the picnic area. There was no one in sight, and all we could hear was the water flowing in the stream and the birds chirping. As we finished up, we saw a bunch of people coming from every direction, and they weren't walking or running. It was as if they were in a rush to get somewhere, but they didn't know where to go. We didn't think anything of it and decided to head over to the stream before we went back to the falls. Now, to get to the stream, you had to walk over a bunch of rocks that were fun to climb and jump over. We approached one such jump over a gap. My dad went first, making it look easy, while I, on the other hand, had to get a running head start. As I made my way over the gap, I heard something hiss and sort of jump at my leg. Upon landing, I quickly turned around to see a coiled-up rattlesnake in the gap, with its eyes fixated on me. Luckily, he didn't bite me, and I was a safe distance away from it if it tried to do anything. I called out for my dad, who was like Indiana Jones when it comes to snakes. I pointed out the snake, and when he saw it, his face turned a pale white. I laughed as he backed away in fear, and as he did that, another hiker was making their way right for the gap. I immediately told him to go around, but he had a confused expression on his face. Then, once he came around to our side and saw the rattlesnake, he took out his phone and took pictures and videos of it. At this point, my dad had had enough, and he made his way to the stream, to which I followed, hoping that that guy wouldn't get bit. The creek was pretty shallow, and it was hard to believe that it turned into this roaring waterfall. I stayed at the edge of the creek to soak my bandana in the cold water, while my dad went in a little further and bent down to do the same. Then, all of a sudden, this Middle Eastern guy came out of nowhere and began talking to my dad in a frantic voice. He said something along the lines of, "Sir, you are not allowed to be in there. Please get out of the water." Like I mentioned earlier, it wasn't uncommon to see people by the water, especially near a small stream like this one. It was very odd, though, because this guy wasn't a park ranger, nor was he dressed for hiking. My dad slowly got up and said to the guy, "We're just soaking our sweatbands before we head back down. Everything's fine." The man grew more serious, more concerned. "Sir, please, you need to get out of the water now. It's very dangerous. I just saw 3 people die right from where you're standing." Then the man turned to me and said, "Son, if you value your father's life, you have to get him out of there." I was completely speechless at this point, but my dad was ignoring the man's pleas. But before either of us could say or do anything, the man ran off trying to warn other tourists that were getting close to the water. After he was out of sight, my dad got out, and we grabbed our backpacks and headed toward the falls. As we were walking, I asked my dad what the guy meant when he said that he saw 3 people die just by standing in a small stream. He looked at me confused as well, but reassured me that maybe they fell in and hurt themselves or something like that. That confused me even more. The stream was not as powerful as the falls, so how could someone lose their footing and die like that? The thought didn't last long, because I was then distracted by the crowd of people that were gathered around the area where I'd spotted the rattlesnake. We wanted to find a park ranger so that no one would get hurt, but for some reason, there wasn't one in sight. We kept walking until we finally made it to the falls, and at that point we were already exhausted from the hike up. We then decided to go back down the mist trail. When we got to the trailhead, there was a large crowd of people blocking the trail. Impatiently, we made our way through the group of confused hikers, and that's when we saw the caution tape all along the trail itself. There must have been 15 park rangers scouting the area and telling hikers coming up the trail to turn back immediately. Someone asked the park rangers why they were closing off the trail, and in the most calm and professional tone, the park ranger replied, "Oh, everything is all right. There was a dead animal that was found on the trail, and the smell is really unbearable. We're trying to remove it, but for now the mist trail is closed until further notice. Everyone here will have to take the John Muir Trail to get back down." Right away, I knew something was off. There was way too much caution tape for just one dead animal, and why would they be taping off the edges that were near the falls? Also, the 2 park rangers that were on the trail weren't looking on the trail itself, they were looking down into the water. Then I heard static on one of the radios. All I could make out was something about missing hikers. The John Muir Trail turned out to be a pretty nice detour. That was until we hit the Panorama Trail. It was caked in horse droppings, and the smell was as bad as you could imagine, but it went on for 10 miles. We caught up with some of the other hikers along the way, and they were speculating about what actually happened. One said that it was a bear that died, and the rangers had to get a dump truck to haul it away. Another said it was a moose or a deer. I swear it's pretty funny what people come up with in these types of situations, but all of them would be wrong. About 2 hours later, we all finally got to the bottom of the trail. My legs felt like jelly at that point, and we still needed to get to the parking lot. On our way there, we spotted a park ranger standing guard at the mist trailhead. Curiosity got the better of my dad, and he went over to the ranger, asking what actually happened. The ranger, knowing that my dad was not buying the whole dead animal story, let out a sigh and, with a hesitant expression on his face, answered, "There were these 3 hikers that were part of a church group. They all decided to go over the railings that were near the top of the falls to take some pictures. The first victim went into the water and eventually lost their footing and fell. It was only a matter of time for the current to take him down the waterfall. Then 2 more hikers went in to try to save him, but they also lost their footing, and they were overtaken by the current. It was at this point people who were witnessing this occurrence discouraged others from jumping in, unless they wanted the same to happen to them. If the drop didn't kill them instantly, then the rocks below would have torn them apart. The trail was closed shortly after in fear of one of their bodies being found on it." I sat there mortified. If we had decided to eat our lunch there, we would have been part of the many dozens of people that witnessed this horrible event, unable to do anything but stand there watching as 3 people fell to their fate. What the ranger said next still haunts me to this day. "Due to the falls and rapids being as powerful as they are now, we can't recover the bodies until it dies down in October or even November." My heart sank into my chest, thinking about the friends and family members of the victims waiting so long for there to be a recovery operation. We got into the car, our legs were aching from that 12-mile hike, and for the rest of the way back, it was silent. I never brought it up again to my dad, And that was that. I still think about that guy who told me and my dad to get out. I don't know what I would have done if my dad was one of those victims. This just goes to show you that no picture is worth risking your own life. A later article would follow up on the bodies being recovered. I'll summarize it here. Hormuz David, 22 years old, the first to be discovered a month after the incident. He was pinned against a boulder 240 feet downstream. Ninos Jacob, age 27, found on November 29th, trapped under towering boulders that weren't visible until the river level was at its lowest. Then, that following Saturday, Ramina Badal, 21 years old, was found. The three of them were from the close-knit community of Central Valley Christians from the Middle East. My heart goes out to the friends and families of the victims. I believe this photo I took may have shown the victims before they died. May they rest in peace. The Woods of Yosemite and Stanislaus, from 3rdgr2t@gmail.com. I am a local to the Mariposa and Yosemite National Park area. I've lived here as far as I can remember. In my time here, I've definitely experienced weird things. While I have several other stories, I shall tell the one that sticks with me the most. I am Native American from several tribes, including Navajo and Miwok. As far as I can remember, even as a little kid, something has always bothered me about the Mariposa and Yosemite area as a whole. This particular event took place towards where Yosemite and Stanislaus National Forest meets. It was deer season, and me and some family went hunting within the Stanislaus National Forest. We had heard about an area that had some decent-sized bucks. We decided to set up camp, then head out the next morning. The area we set up camp in had a clearing to our left and a hill in the distance, with forest and brush to the right. This was the first time I'd ever hunted this specific area, but according to some family, the hill in the distance across the clearing was an old Native American burial ground. But this claim I was never able to prove or disprove, no matter how much I researched. The first night was very uneventful and quiet, like dead quiet. No owls, no coyotes, nothing. We spent the next day hunting with no luck, besides spotting a few birds. As we came back to camp and night settled in, we noticed once again it was dead quiet. Later that night, I am up alone thinking to myself when I begin to hear footsteps. I didn't think much of it. I mean, we were in the woods, right? I was probably just assuming it was an animal. The night was clear, after all, no clouds and a full moon with lots of stars. But the longer I listened, the louder and heavier these footsteps got. But as I looked outside, I couldn't see anything. We were on flat ground, but I could see nothing. I started to think that was weird. I did a small scan all around with a flashlight, and still nothing. I could still hear the footsteps along with a low odor that I couldn't distinguish. Just as I began to wonder about how weird this was, I heard a howl off in the distance. It was closely followed by several more. The thing that took me by surprise is the fact the howling I heard got a reply that was way too close for comfort. This howling continued as well as the footsteps for most of the night. It seemed to get close and then distance itself several times over. I get that most of you hearing this probably think it was some random normal animal. I myself thought it must have been coyotes, but I realized that didn't make sense, as coyotes don't have heavy-sounding footsteps or a weird underlying smell like that. I definitely felt watched, but tried to rationalize it to myself. I just couldn't find a good explanation that suited my mind. The following day was quite uneventful, just more hunting with little to no animals seen. Though it did seem almost quiet again, no birds or anything making noise except for the occasional breeze. That night we broke camp and went back to Mariposa. While the day was fine, the night was not. When I was home that night, I had the overwhelming feeling of being watched. I felt extremely paranoid. This feeling seems to happen every time I'm back close to the border of Stanislaus and Yosemite, or when I'm in Stanislaus National Forest, even if this event is not on my mind. Camino del Diablo, by an anonymous poster on 4chan. A while back, when I was a teenager, I went on a summer trip across the southwest USA. The group consisted of my sister, my dad, my stepmom, and I. We were finishing up seeing Yosemite, heading through inland California towards San Francisco. My dad was driving, and my stepmom was asleep at the time. So my sister and I were playing Pokemon Platinum on our DSs. It was late at night, probably around 1 to 2 a.m. Our DSs sadly eventually ran out of battery, so we just look out the window to pass the time. The landscape outside is mountainous. I was looking down into a valley. The road twists and bends through the hills. It was a new moon night, and I couldn't see any of the scenery other than the outlines of the hills. Nobody is on the road because it's so freaking late. Suddenly, my sister points out a pair of headlights off in the distance. Probably because we're so bored, we start to get excited. We tell Dad, who tells us to be quiet because we'll wake our stepmom. We round a bend in the road and the car goes out of sight, blocked by a hill in front of us. When we come back around, the headlights are gone. My sister and I flip out. We tell Dad, and he says he saw it too. My dad's a cop. He's worried that it might be people trying to rob us or something, so he wakes up my stepmom. We drive around looking for the car. On my side, it's a straight drop down into the valley below. On my sister's side, it's the face of a cliff. There was nowhere for the car to go but forwards or backwards. We go slow. Dad turns on the brights. We all get a good look around. Our headlights eventually reflect off of something. Dad drives us up to investigate. It's an old brick archway. From the 30s, it looked like. Maybe later. It leads into a tunnel, crudely cut into the mountain. Dad parks the car, taking his flashlight and 9mm, and gets out. My sister and I go with him, but stepmom stays in the car. We walk down the tunnel, which to us kids looks like it could go on forever. After a while of walking, we see something in the distance. It's the car. It looked like one of those old cars from the 40s or 50s. Dad keeps his 9mm steady at his hip as we approach. The car was running, but oddly enough, there was no one inside. We get creeped out. My dad looks around to see if the driver is around anywhere. Suddenly, the car just takes off down the tunnel. My sister panics and freaks out, crying and running back to our car. Dad takes off after her. I ran too, trying to follow the car myself. It seems like I go on forever until I finally see a light. What the heck is inside this mountain, I wonder? And how deep does it go? I get to the end of the tunnel, and it's the valley during the day. I wasn't in there that long, was I? The car was also gone, and the road as well, for that matter. I looked around for the road, but I could not find it at all. Looking down into the valley, I see one of those wagon trains formed into a circle. It seems out of place, out of time. It doesn't make sense, but I swear I see them fighting off an attack by a Native American tribe. I can hear gunshots. I suddenly realize where the heck I am. I turn around and run back into the tunnel. I keep running until I see the light at the other end. It's our car. I get inside as fast as I can. Dad takes off and I tell everyone what I saw. Everyone is shocked except stepmom, who's skeptical of it all. Eventually, we hear sirens behind us and Dad pulls over. A state trooper walks up to the window. He tells Dad he was going over the speed limit. You know, you folks ought to be careful around these parts. Strange things are known to happen on this highway. I swear I saw him wink at me when he said that. He lets Dad off with a warning, and my stepmom takes the wheel. We don't stop until we get to San Francisco. Later on in my youth, I spent a lot of time fishing and just messing around by the lake near my house. It wasn't on our property, but it was about a 15-minute walk and no one else was ever around it. I used to think of it as my own private lake. My dad assumed it was owned by someone or some company who's holding on to it, just hoping the value will increase over time. He tells me I can play there as long as I don't mess anything up or leave anything behind. He also tells me if you see anyone out there, get your butt back home, alright? Those were the terms I abided by in order to have my own private lake. One day I invited my friend Josh over to the lake. We decided we'd try to make a raft. We never got one working, but we did get soaked, so we lay in the sun to dry off for a while. Our shoes and socks were soaked, so we went barefoot. By the time we were done playing, the sun was beginning to set. I wanted to go home, but we'd brought our fishing poles and hadn't fished yet. Plus, the fish always bite more at dusk, according to Josh. I guess he was wrong, because we didn't manage to catch a thing. It was pitch black by the time I convinced him we should go. While we were packing up, a soft female voice comes out of the darkness. "Where are you going? Come play in the lake with me." It was the friendliest voice I'd ever heard, so much so that I wasn't even afraid. "Hey y'all, come down here and see me." The voice was so sweet and welcoming. We both began to edge forward to see where it was coming from. Crap, Josh hollered, shocking me out of the daze I was in. He'd stepped on a fishing hook. I must have left it sitting there a long time ago. The sudden clarity let me think enough to decide to grab Josh and drag him away with me, though he was more hopping away. We never went there again. Josh remembers the event, but everyone thinks it's a tall tale. Lost a good pair of shoes that night. I told my dad I'd lost them, so he didn't make me go back and get them. It was hopefully just someone making a joke, and we flipped out like a couple of dorks. Hopefully sirens don't live in lakes.